What's going on, Ansel?
We good to go.
Yeah, you guys are good. Let them use the same link.
You get yours?
I can hear you loud and clear.
We, we good to go. Okay. So I tried to do some research. I went down. I got a miss anything, so I took it off the screen. I have brown, so I want to see how bad it can go.
Okay, well try you go live. Let's see what happens because you already live though. You
You
live.
already live, you live, you live.
Yeah, you live already. Have the other
So
folks.
just tell the guys. I think I even resend it. They send link back, so they just gotta open it. They can't do. Let's see what happened from there.
All right. Let me talk to them. There you go.
Da, you get
What's up?
yours?
What's up?
Hello, Da. How are you?
I'm good. How you
You get
guys?
yours?
How you guys did the stuff like this?
Yeah.
Y'all
We
messed the whole stream, y'all.
no. I think it has been resolved. We tried doing it over again. Then
Well, why Nikita Raba keep coming on?
no, we'll take it off. We'll
That's
take
the
it off.
that's the subtitle.
Yeah, we'll take it off.
And you gotta send the link to the other guy. It's still this, yeah.
The link out in the group chat. You just play and send to the guys.
All right, I'll tell Tony to do that.
Yeah. Lofa,
Yes,
it won't
sir.
get ready.
Y'all should be good now.
Okay. So just try the same link. Just send it to them. It will appear like this.
Yeah, it is good now.
Yeah.
But
All right.
take that Nikita Robert off from the what you call it.
Yeah.
You know how to do it, right?
Okay. Let me do that.
Yeah, just take the subtitle off. All right, guys. That everybody keep.
Look like you like beer?
No, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, I tell you, stay in like beer, though.
Back. I'm gonna. I just.
Lofa, how to pay some fun.
We've been busy.
I'm father the protocol.
I'll
Aaron Dog. Dog himself. The
How we live? We live.
Yes.
up the screen
Okay.
over the boom, man.
Hey, people, we live. We're looking at us live. All right, guys. Yeah, we good. Lofa, thank you so much. Lofa, you did well. I don't know how we managed, but thank you, Lofa. Because this was quite an embarrassment, but one thing, Lofa came on and made everything possible. So Lofa, thank you.
Thank you, Lofa. We don't know what happened here, Jana. We're confused.
Right.
Henry did most of the work. So
No, Dog. I've been working better than that. I've been working too.
Good job.
I would have a consultancy.
Huh?
I would have a consultancy.
Your consultancy fee, right?
I would have a consultancy. But I've
Your
been working.
consultancy fee? How much you charge?
Peabody,
Huh?
check the cash app. Somebody sent some contribution for these guys in Lima.
Oh yeah, I do have it.
Yeah,
Nora
Nora Hopes, right?
It's $175. Thank you, Nora.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got it. Okay. Yeah, and then I will release it to them. Yeah.
So, yeah, with the just we're expecting some more. So just wait till tomorrow. You send everything.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can get started. Go ahead, Peabody. Go ahead.
Well, guys, thank you, everybody. We apologize for the late start. We had some technical problem, and then our man Lofat Julius came to our aid, but we had some very serious technical problems. So if you're just joining us, we ask that you share this show. We're looking forward to having a very, very fruitful conversation here tonight with the folks from the Alternative National Congress, the ANC. We have some folks here. Others will be joining us shortly, and they're going to be talking about the ANC upcoming program for the ANC that they're going to be having and all of that. So we like to welcome. I see some others. Let me see who's in the back. Okay. But gosh, we want to welcome you, Mr. Emmanuel George, Mr. James K. Wah, the senior brother, James K. Wah. It's good to have you. from the ANC, and we're joined by one of our panelists here, Hameen, as well, and of course the chief moderator, Tony Niwolo, Chief Sim Tony Niwolo George. So, guys, we're looking forward to have a conversation. And Sidiki is joining us too from all the way in Kigali, Rwanda. He's on unknown caller. So, guys, welcome everybody, Mr. George. Let's begin with you. Introduce yourself, and then we go to Mr. Y, and let us know why you guys are on tonight. Why you guys are on tonight?
Good evening, everyone. Tamalin, Dr. P. Vale, Hamed, good to see you on this show. And Siddiqui, good to see you again. My name is Emmanuel George. I'm a member of the Convention Planning Committee for the 2025 ANC Global Convention that is taking place in Philadelphia, the state of Pennsylvania. I'm here along with others, James Y, and then Rodney will be joining us soon to have a conversation around the convention that is coming up and to encourage all members of the Alternative National Congress in diaspora in the United States. Specifically, I know some of our members will be coming from Europe to come out to Philadelphia next weekend for the first global convention since the 2023 presidential and legislative elections. Thank you.
Great, Mr. George. Let's go to our senior brother, James Y.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is James Christian Y. Senior. I am the vice chair for the Convention 2025 committee, and I am excited to be here to promote reconciliation and unification, not just for members of ANC, but for Liberians as a whole, because I feel that we can do so much better. So I thank you very much for inviting us here.
All right, and of course we have Sidiki Kraman. He's also from the ANC. He let us know. So Sidiki will give the opening, and then we'll go to my two panelists that will give the opening, and then we'll go into the show. Sidiki, can you hear me? You're muted.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what was your question?
I said give your introduction.
Oh, yes, good to be here, and hello to everybody. So, looking forward to a great show, and most especially having people from the ANC Global to come and talk about the convention, which is going to be taking place in 2 weeks from now. That's a great initiative. Yeah, and for my end personally, I have some questions, and which as we go into the show, sharing with the team that are here to engage with Liberians, whether independent voices or people who are, undecided voters, or people who are not part of any political parties. Even people who are part of it. But once you are Liberians, they're always open to that. So just looking forward to a great show. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Stefanik Hameen, go ahead and give an introduction.
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen? It's always a pleasure to be on the Closing Argument, one of Liberia's best and renowned platform that provide an opportunity for Liberians to digest issues of national concern. It's also a pleasure to have folks, friends, of course, from the ANC today. We think it's a good thing when our political parties continue to strive, survive, and remain in the barrack of upholding multi-party democracy in the country. We we are excited to have this conversation with them. We take note that ANC is a great party. They are actively involved, I understand, in the NEMA by-election, and all of those things are ingredients that continue to turn political parties engine. And so we look forward to a great show. We look forward to hear from them what new, what's the message, what's the strategy, and to engage them in some other dialogue that will perhaps give the Liberian people a new insight on what the new package ANC intends to unfold. So it's a pleasure again to be on the show.
All right, Chief Tumling, give your introduction, and from there we'll try to jump into the discussion and talking about the 2025 convention of the Alternative National Congress.
Well, again, it's good to be back on the closing argument. It's always good to have my fellow panelists share the platform with you guys. And tonight we hope to be a very good show. And just for the information, I've invited the political leader, Mr. Cummings. I'm sure he's watching the show. I know Mr. Cummings chatted to me yesterday, so I extended him this invitation to attend the show, watch the show. Also, your lawmaker, Mr. Ta Wangwe, even all of them have been invited to watch the show. I'm sure they're watching the show live. But and I know you guys are the global, but some questions that come today that should be answered by the national. But I'm sure you guys are in touch. So we look forward to having an interesting show. So it's good that ANC, the Alternative National Congress, one of the most talked about political party. Everybody want to know what ANC plans for the next 4 years or so. So we're looking forward to having an interesting conversation tonight. Welcome. Now, Russell, yeah, okay, Mr. Russell is here too. Good to see Mr. Russell, and Mr. Russell will talk about that police thing later on. It's important, but at another time. But let's go on the ANC people today. Go ahead, ANC.
Mr. Russell, good to see you. Any opening before we jump in the conversation here tonight?
Yeah, Mr. Russell. I'm looking around who they, Mr. Russell, you're talking. I think my pa you're talking about here, so.
You call you Billy D or Billy D or
I know, right? All right, guys, it's so nice being on here, and a great seeing you all. It's always a pleasure when you come on here to have these great exchanges. So I'm looking forward to it. There are a lot of things to cover. Obviously, I'm sure we'll be digging and diving into a number of those different issues that we have to talk about. So once again, it's good being on here, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Let me start with Mr. George. Mr. George, you talk about the ANC 2025 convention. Tell us about that. What has the ANC been up to, and now you guys are having a convention? Tell us about it.
Oh, our convention. We normally have a convention every year, but we have been working on a lot of stuff since we came back from the election. So this is going to be our very first convention. So the 2025 convention will be held in the city of Philadelphia. We start on the 25th with a meet and greet at an Airbnb that we have rented so our members can come sit and wind down. And then after that, we go to our business meeting on Saturday. At the business meeting, most of our officers have terms, so we're going to have elections of new crop of officers of ANC Global. And the night of the 26th, we're going to have what we do all the time, have an ANC banquet and fundraising as we gear towards supporting our party efforts towards 2029 and strengthening our base in Liberia, based on the constitution of ANC Global and the purpose of ANC Global. So that's what we'll be doing that weekend. So we are calling on all frank sympathizers, partisans of the ANC to come up in the city of brotherly love. Let's meet. The theme of this convention is reconciliation and unification. two very powerful words that we will be working on throughout that weekend. So we're looking forward to seeing all our members. I know that the chairman for Europe will be flying in to join us along with some of his members. We look forward to our members coming from all parts of the United States to this convention in Philadelphia from the 25th to the 27th.
Great. You say your team is reconciliation and what else?
And unification.
Reconciliation and reunification. Mr. George, my second question here is one thing that since the last election, little has been heard of the ANC. Just recently, until we heard Mr. Cummings speak, and at recently the press conference, and we've been speaking all over. What is going on in the ANC? What is going on?
So, Dr. George, you want to respond to that?
Maybe Mr. Watt. Mr. Watt can respond.
Well, Dr. George is back, and you addressed that question to him, so maybe you want.
Okay. So yeah. My question is, since the election, little have been heard of the ANC been about a year and a half. Well, not too recently when Mr. Cummings came, and Mr. Cummings gave a press conference and came back, and we have seen people not. I don't want to get into politics for now, but let me ask you, why the silence all this time? Been more than a year now. Why the silence?
Because when you work in a corporate entity or you deal with organization structure, when there is a leadership change, you try to give the new leader the opportunity. Remember, we went to the elections and the Liberian people decided that we're not a party of their choice. There was a strong enthusiasm for the Unity Party, although we argued that it won 20,000 votes with the CDC. But there was this strong enthusiasm for the Unity Party. Besides that, we have been labeled a greedy party. Our political leader was labeled in the streets of Monrovia as being very greedy, wanting to hang on to power. So after the elections, we have to recalibrate. We don't go, if you go running into things, the same labor will follow us. But right now, we have given ourselves time. We have given the Unity Party time to prove itself to be a very incompetent, inept party, and they have been doing a very good work with that. And since they have done such a great work proving to the Liberian people that they are a party that is non-functional, have short of ideas, do not know how to run the country, it is now the opportunity for us to come back to the Liberian people to tell them very clearly there was a serious alternative. Remember that all the surveys in Liberia towards the 2023 elections pointed that the best person to run the country was Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. Based on every indicator, the only indicator we had negative, who could run the economy of Liberia better was Alexander B. Cummings. Who was corruption-free? Alexander B. Cummings. Who could unify the country was Alexander B. Cummings. The only negative indicator we had was that Liberians were not willing to vote us into power, even though they agreed that we were the best party to change the country around. So definitely, we have given them the Liberian people now know that despite the 40 years of experience of President Joseph Boyka, that experience did not amount to anything about leading a country. He have not led anything serious in his lifetime. He have not changed anything serious around. And now that is glaring, and the Liberian, if you walk the streets of Monrovia, Dr. Pibale, you came from Liberia recently. Some of us go in and out of the country. You walk the streets of Monrovia, you see how the Liberian people are more destitute than the last administration. So definitely this is an opportunity for us to come back and tell our people that you have hope. There is a great news for you. There is a gentleman by the name of Alexander B. Cummings. There is a political party, the Alternative National Congress, and we have the manifesto and the capability to change this country around. Don't lose hope. We have another opportunity. The opportunity is 2029, but let's start working now. We'll all start from the April 22nd elections in Nema County. That will be the first signal that we have to send out to this government and for the Liberian people to speak their mind as to the inability of a United Party to rule. We have given them 12 years. They're going to 18 years, and for 18 years they have proven that they have no leadership capability.
All right, I want to keep it to the convention because we'll get into politics later. Let's talk about what. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been warned. Not to get into the politics too early. I've been warned. But we'll get into the politics. Yeah, but we want to for now keep it. Tiola already gave me strong warning. So I stepped it to Tiola. Sorry, but I wanted to keep it to. Then we'll go at the end of this. We'll go into the politics because it seems like you guys are ready to fire up and stuff like that. But let's go to Mr. Y. And then we'll go to Hamid Timberlane and then Mr. Russell. But let's keep our question now on the convention, and then later on we'll jump in the hot spot because let the ANC brought their ready to fire. All right, I see all the loophole and the red all the other loophole in the government, so they're ready to hit it. So let's go to Mr. Y. Mr. Y, tell us what you would hope to achieve at this reconciliatory and unification at the convention this year.
So thank you, Dr. Peabody. It's good to see my old friend Hamed Stefanik. I hope all is well. Thank you for being here. So, I want to be clear that this reconciliation and unification event that is being hosted by ANC Global, it's not intended just for ANC Global members. It is time that Liberians came together to move our country forward. And it is in this light that we are inviting all Liberians come and become a part of the ANC. Maturity is not just sticking to one political party that is failing you at all costs because you want to be associated with a political party. Wise man changes. And when you come and become a part of ANC, you will realize that we are a diverse group of Liberians. And we encourage all Liberians to come and take the leadership role in ANC so that together we can move our country forward. We have the right team. We have one of the best leaders in the whole world in Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. That is not even an exaggeration. So this unification event this year is about bringing Liberians together, reconciling the past and differences, and know that when you come and become a part, that we can move Liberia together into the future where we belong. Thank you.
Who's next? The next person. Hamid. Welcome, Mr. Ronde Wilson. Welcome.
About the convention, we still asking about it.
Just keep it.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, well, I think all we would seek to do is to wish the ANC a very successful program. We think it's a good thing to always have these occasions to reflect, to re-strategize, to recalibrate. So we hope that its members within the United States can attend. Also, I just want to know how many persons, by your calculation right now, do you expect? What's the total number of people you most likely expect at the event tomorrow? Are there any fees attached to these events?
Dr. George, you want to address that? We cannot hear.
I'm sorry?
Can you address that?
Sure. With regards to the fees, the general public will be paying $50 per person, and there will be $170 for our members, which will include their membership fees and the $50 for entry. In addition to that, there's a third denomination, which will be $220, which includes a member's fee, the entrance fee, and an additional guest.
So is it more of a social event as opposed to political? I mean, what's the nature of the event, considering that people will be paying to attend? What kind of program you intend to have? Can you just give a little picture of it?
Sure, if I may. The Actually, it is going to be a convention, in as such that we are, as an institution, going to get together so that we elect new corps of officers. In so doing, we also want to ensure that we enlighten the Liberian populace in the diaspora of who we are, how we intend to move forward, and how we want to ensure that we can have their support, as well as people who are still on the fence about ANC. We intend, not only is it going to be a social event, it's going to be an event where people can also meet up and talk, discuss issues on Liberia, as well as formulating an institution that will be self-sufficient and self-supporting moving forward.
Timothy.
Okay, guys, again, welcome again. But you know what's surprising, man? People ask, I got any text messages yet, but what all you guys have been, man? You guys so energetic. And one of the problems I think ANC were facing in the past that the surrogates to put the message out there. And for what I'm seeing tonight, I mean, I hope maybe it will be a new day for the ANC, because you're sounding very, very, very enlightening. And in fact, since you talk about your convention, I got people calling me from other places who are asking me about it and telling me about the flyer. And they said that, and these are people who have not been involved in politics. Some of them have been on the fence, but apparently they've realized that the last 20 years, the two parties that have controlled the political days of Liberia, perhaps all interests have been lost in the two parties, from what they're saying now. So they want to maybe come on board. So my question is, this convention you're having, how are you going to attract people to make sure that people see you as a viable alternative for tomorrow? Because this should be a convention where I think you guys will be a single unit now. No more ANC USA, ANC Global, right? Be one now, right?
Okay, let me just address that.
My question not done. It will be one, right? It will be one.
ANC has always been one.
No, I thought it had ANC USA, ANC Global. There were two. There were two different groups.
Let me allow you to complete your.
Okay, so yeah, so hopefully you guys will trash all of these things and maybe form a one unit, global unit, and so forth. My question is, what are you guys going to hope to achieve? What are you guys going to do to make sure that from this convention, come up with leadership that people will say, well, people can gravitate towards your leadership and attract more people to come on board? And a lot of people now feel they feel very hopeless. They feel that Liberia is not Liberia is just on a path of I don't know how to call it, but Liberia is they're not comfortable with what's going on in the country, and they want a new beginning. So you have opportunity to attract people to gravitate towards your party. So what are you going to hope to achieve from this convention that will make people to come towards your party?
So first of all, I would like to clarify that after the elections, if you did not see activities from ANC Global publicly, doesn't mean that we are not hard at work privately. We have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, getting prepared and looking at what transpired. And If you take a good look at our political leader, Mr. Alexander B. Cummings, he is a calm guy. He is very approachable, but do not be fooled by his calmness that he is not effective. He is very effective. And Liberians need to change their perception. Not everyone will be violent, will be yelling, and be insulting to get the attention of anyone. We presented our candidate. We presented our platform to the Liberian people. And as such, you guys in the press should be critical of what transpired in the last election, especially when Mr. Cummings had a conspiracy by CDC and UP against him. And in the past election, there was complaint filed by Mr. Cummings and others that were ignored by the Election Commission. We did not see you guys from the media being critical, trying to find out what exactly happened, pushing the Election Commission to accept the request, pushing the Supreme Court. We did not see that. So if the Liberian people are not willing to stand up for their own benefits, then the ANC is not going to fight any issue. We are going to allow the decision to stand. And again, we are presenting to the Liberian people an alternative. So this election is to reconcile Liberians of all worth, of all or tribes, of all ethnic groups, to come together to see how we can move Liberia forward, not based on political party affiliation, but based on country first. So again, we are hoping to be more visible in the public. We're looking forward to a media platform to engage Liberians to come and become a part of ANC and to look at the vision of the leaders of ANC, including our political leader, Alexander B. Cummings, so that we can move Liberia forward. Thank you.
So, Mr. George, if I will add why the convention, if I may add, if you won't mind, is that after the 2023 elections, there were several things we decided to work on. First was to do a postmortem, what we did right and what we did wrong, and submit a report on that. Mr. myself, and some other members of Global and Liberia work on that. After that, we as a political party have to look ourselves. There were many things that happened in the last election cycle. First of all, some of our members they didn't want us to join the CPP. Those members were disenchanted when we joined the CPP. Some of them jumped ship. Some of them stay on ship, but they were not as enthusiastic or as energetic as when we had the political party, the ANC. When we joined the CPC convention, the CPP marriage, some of our members in that marriage did not feel that the voices was heard. So some of them pulled back. And then at the end of the first round, when we as a political party endorsed the CDC, some of our members were not excited about that endorsement of the CDC. Some believed that we should have been a neutral party. So when we talk about reconciliation, it's to bring those very members of the ANC, enthusiastic members who left on this journey because of one disenchantment of another, back into the fold. That's the first part of the reconciliation, bringing our members back in the fold. Unification, yes, as you said, there were various ANC grouping. One of the strong things the political leaders told us in December 2013 into February 2024 was that he wanted a single diaspora organization, that especially here in the United States of America. And that is what we are working towards, because that's the second part of the unification, bringing us under one umbrella as a single diaspora organization in order for us to work as a team and as a unit towards our purpose. So it's not that we've been silent, as my brother James White have said. We have been the ANC did respond to the State of the Nation address, the annual message of President Burka. We did have a cleanup campaign, our party headquarters, where the political leader came out and some of our members came to the party headquarters for that engagement. We are currently engaging. We endorsed the candidature of Madame Edith Gongo-Red sometime last week, and our members have moved into Nima County to support that. So we are not, we have been making statements. We have not been as loud, and I will agree with you, we are not being as loud as we were in the last election cycle. But it's time for us to, it was time for us to just recalibrate, as I said before, give the Unity Party government a chance, because many of you, as my brother said, many people in Liberia on the streets of Monrovia view that Mr. Cummings was the ANC and Mr. Cummings was quote unquote a greedy party. We were not willing to be second. And now the Liberian people are seeing it for themselves. If many of you work, if you work in most parts of the world and you're looking for a higher appointment, normally you get a letter of recommendation from your boss. So when Mana Eddie Johnson Sirleaf did not recommend Mr. Joseph Boyka, many of you did not understand what is happening. But right now we can see that this government is not as everybody believes it to be. The leadership is almost dead on arrival. So it's not our duty to bring our party together. There is a saying, whenever you ride in an airplane, if you ride Delta or how they call it, or United, you will see it on the screen behind your seat. If you ride Spirit or Frontier or other weaker airline, the air hostess will come up. And these air hostess normally tell us these words. In the case of emergency, the oxygen mask is going to drop. And once that oxygen mask drop, take the mask and put it to your nose first before you help another person. So what the ANC have been doing is to make sure that we have enough political entity so that we can take the bull by its horn. And our convention in Philadelphia gives us this opportunity to bring our various groups together, to bring our party in the diaspora together, to re-strategize and get ourselves ready to support our political party in Liberia.
Wow. My last question. Like I said again earlier, Emmanuel George, I didn't see you. I didn't see an active. Honestly, when especially to make the rounds, to make the case for the ANC in the past election, I think the voice like yours and Mr. Y and others, Mr. Wilson, I think they were missing. These are people about it good. I think that it sounds encouraging that you guys are speaking out and really making the case, explaining about the ANC, which is good. But and my question is to what will be, at the convention you're having, are you guys will you guys be recruiting new members? Will you guys be on hand to recruiting new members to join the party? People who want to join. I know I got a couple of friends in Rhode Island who called me and told me that they're interested, they want to come. I said, well, I'm not a member of ANC, so I don't know, but you can call the numbers on the flyer and find for them. Will you guys be recruiting new members to come and join the party and make your broad base in the diaspora?
Rodney, you want to address that?
Yes. So that's one of our goals, one of our many goals. I've spoken to several people as well who have whose desire is to come and see how we perform, how we operate, so that they can make their decision. And it's important to note that as Liberians also, that I mean, we're not only doing it for the party itself, but we're doing it for the Liberian people, for our country. Because if you are all aware, we are, I mean, the last couple of administrations, we've been going backwards. I mean, we look at our neighbors, they're so far ahead of us. I mean, and people have seen that, people are encouraged, and they see ANC as the alternative. And with our political leader, as strong as he is, our plan is to ensure that the Liberian people also get to know him better. Because, I mean, for some reason, they think fame, people who have fame or people they like will do better for them. They've seen the opposite. So, I mean, it's time now that we encourage everyone, I mean, those who are on on the fence and asking us to be part of this institution, to come in, join us, join the party, come and join the convention, have fun, and find out that, I mean, what we are capable of in terms of not only fundraising, but also our ideology, what we stand for in ensuring that Liberia get out of the state it's in today. We're in the dark ages, and we're in the 20th century. What's happening to us? I mean, we are not different from any other country. We need a better leader. And Mr. Cummings is going to do that for each and every one of us.
All right, let's go to Mr. Russell, and then we'll go to Siddiqui.
Good. So my only question, my first question is that now, I heard you all say that, I mean, it seems like it's a foregone conclusion that Mr. Cummings is the standard bearer of the ANC. And you guys are talking about having a convention now, except the way convention takes place in Liberia is different from the political convention that I know, that I've also participated in. So to have the standard bearer decided on who's going to be the standard bearer already, when the convention has not taken place yet. Is this a coronation, or is this really a convention? So I mean, we already know who's going to be the head of the ticket. So why are we calling it a convention?
So I want let me address that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, we did not state that Mr. Alexander Cummings is the standard bearer at this time. He is our political leader, and it is our individual opinion that he is the best person qualified to move Liberia forward. That does not mean that he is the standard bearer. We need to clarify that, and we need to have the comprehension on the subject matter and not move away to try to indicate or assert something different. We need to be careful about that. So I just wanted to clarify that he is the political leader, and it's our individual opinion that he is the best person to move our country forward. We are open to a convention, and we are open to anyone aspiring to be the political leader of ANC. Thank you.
If I may,
so do you also expect that there will be some challenges at this particular convention? There will be folks there who are going to challenge Mr. Cummings. I mean, are you guys? Is that what you all are saying? I mean, the opportunity will avail itself, but are we seriously saying there will be folks who are going to go to the convention who will challenge Mr. Cummings for the standard bearership of the ANC?
No, I'm sorry. May I?
Right,
now there are two different conventions. Okay. The convention that's being held here in Philadelphia is only for a global election. Has nothing to do with the standard bearer or having to elect a standard bearer. It's only for officials here in the United States, in the diaspora, who have turned out. So that's why we're having this election. It has nothing to do with Mr. Cummings. The main reason why we do that here also, and our purpose here, is to ensure that we have a strong institution here in the diaspora, where we can support ANC Liberia, where that convention will be held, and where they will be making that decision as to who the standard bearer is at that time. So there are two different conventions altogether. Dr. George?
Oh, no, you're right. I mean, my dear brother Russell, sorry we didn't educate you on the structure of the ANC. The ANC has its headquarters in Monrovia, Liberia, with an executive committee that convenes a convention in Liberia. All decisions concerning the political leader, the standard bearer, and other leadership of the parties is made in Liberia at the party's convention. But the ANC have a branch here, a branch outside of Liberia that we call ANC Global, that that have members in Europe, in Asia, in Africa. Sidiki is in Rwanda, Canada, and North America. So global ANC Global has two major functions. One, ANC Global is responsible for fundraising and financially supporting the party in Liberia, and two, ANC Global is responsible for supporting the party with strategic decisions. So when we have our convention here, we end most of our convention with a fundraiser that support the work of ANC in Liberia. So we do not make that decision. But every political party at the end of an election, before political parties go to convention, at the end of a convention, the standard bearer of the political party automatically becomes the political leader. So Mr. Cummings is now the political leader because we are not in an election year. And the party in Liberia have not gone to a convention. And until that time, a convention finds a new political leader and another convention finds a standard bearer. Mr. Cummings continues to be the political leader of our party. And we believe that he is the best candidate for Liberia in that position.
All right.
Thank you.
Sidiki wants to come in.
Yeah. Again, good to be here. And, so basically my question is going to be like similar to what Brother Timoli asked about the different groups, the different diaspora group we've had in the past years. So to my understanding, a few months ago, there was a team set up to put together a one global team instead of because we've had ANC Global, and the ANC Global is in the US. That's a fact. And then we've had ANC UK, in different chapters in the diaspora. So there was a team set up to put together one group. And to my belief, all of you here tonight are part of the committee for the ANC Global for the upcoming convention, which is going to take place in 2 weeks. And most of the people who are members of the ANC Global, they are not aware of this convention. So, so I'm just thinking if you guys, as being members of the committee of this upcoming convention, do you guys think you've done a good job, because you just have 2 weeks from now to have this convention and your focus is to reconcile, to, kind of get people together to keep engaging, and support the party, which is good. So I'm just thinking, because I've seen Mr. Wilson post a lot of flyers, apart from him, I've not seen a lot of publicity about this convention. Always I see him post, and sometimes I even try to share on my status and Facebook page. But I just wanted to know, like, most of the members of the ANC Global that I know, they are not aware of this convention. So I'm just thinking, how you guys going to, with limited time we have, just 2 weeks from now?
Okay, so first of all, I want to clarify something to you and to everyone here. ANC Global is an institution. We are always open to new innovations, to new ideologies, to anything that is going to bring us together as one. So if there is a mandate for our political leader to look at ANC Global or ANC becoming one in the diaspora, then we are going to look into that. We are going to commission a team to review that. So once we review that, if it's feasible, we are going to proceed with that. If it's not feasible, we will not proceed with that. And so there's only one ANC Global. There's no more ANC USA. And any other group that was put together was commissioned by our political leader to look into that possibility. But at this time, we feel that ANC Global is big enough to invite everyone to come together under the umbrella of ANC Global. And we want to inform you that we have been doing publicity about this event. As you can see, we are here and we are promoting that. And it is your responsibility as a member of ANC to promote that. So I can assure you that we are going to have a successful convention, and we are inviting everyone, members of ANC and the general public, to come together to know that your voice can have weight as member of ANC Global. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Siddiqui, that's a very wonderful question. Thank you so much, James White, for picking it up. I just want to add to it for you. Yes, the political leader, they call for one diaspora organization. So let me enlighten you a bit. Yeah, there were 3 organizations here in the U.S. when the last election. There was CPP USA. CPP came to an end on April 15, 2024, right? So with the end of CPP arrangement, the CPP USA, which was a combination of members of the ANC and members of the Liberty Party, that arrangement came to an end. So there's no CPP USA existing right now. Right? The next group you talk about was ANC USA. ANC USA automatically, the term or whatever registration was canceled by the state secretary, the secretary of state of the state they are registered in. So there's only one recognized
I believe Dr. George is muted. But
it seems like he's frozen.
Yeah, let me just continue until he gets back. There is only one recognized ANC Global organization.
I'm sorry, I don't know why my internet keeps going.
Go ahead,
So right now we have only one recognized ANC body. But be as it may, let's agree we have Mr. James Wise, a member of the One Diaspora Committee. Be as it may, once a decision is made, ANC Global has to meet at a convention to adopt a resolution accepting a one this new.
I think Dr. George is muted again.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wah, would you want one of you guys like to ask something to that?
So look, let me just say that the only legitimate organization is ANC Global, and this is not just based in America. It's universal. All of the factions of ANC Global are part of ANC Global. So it is not just based in the United States. It is in most of the countries. And secondly, we hear about a one diaspora. This is a committee that was set up by the political leader to look into the possibility. And like I said, ANC Global is big enough. We encourage people. And I was a part of that committee. Okay. And by reviewing all of the intricacies, I think that global is the way to go. And so we do not want anybody to misconstrue the fact that they have different ANC Global or one diaspora. No. A committee is different from a registered entity. ANC Global is the only registered entity in America and other parts representing and responsible to provide the support as the party on the ground request. There's no other registered entity. Thank you. Doug, are you back?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with my internet, but But yeah, Siddiqui, so that's the point I wanted to make. Be as it may, right? Whatsoever resolution is passed by the One Diaspora Committee have to be adopted at the convention of ANC Global. It's at the convention we will adopt that resolution. It may be at the convention that will also decide based on how strong that resolution is. When we adopt it, we decide the way forward and decide where we next with ANC Global. But at the moment, we are the only registered, recognized entity by the United States government called ANC that is operating in this country as of now, and I'm speaking to you. So we are open. We have always been open to having to the recommendation raised by the political leader, and we have always have conversation around that. So this convention is also people from the one. There are people who are on that One Diaspora Committee who have registered, and they will be at this convention. They have registered. They have paid their dues. They're going to be at the convention.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. So my second question or second point is going to be like this. So to my understanding, not questioning the you know the legitimacy of the ANC Global. That was not my point. After the 2022 election, there were different mixed feelings, both from people on the ground and people in the diaspora, especially from the ANC Global, which, is noted for sponsoring or supporting the team on ground, and all of that. So I believe a lot of people wanted different change in leadership, in the global. So that's why I think the recommendation came in to kind of form one diaspora group, with different maybe new faces and all of that. But as you are going to the convention in 2 weeks, I wanted to know if this convention is going to be about, changing the full leadership of the ANC Global that we all knew. Like for example, Elias Mongo was the chairman of the ANC Global. So I wanted to know if those positions are going to be out for people, for new faces to come up and run. If yes, have you guys getting people who have say, look, I'm stepping up to be chairman, to be secretary general, to at least ensure the members? Because the thing is, the reason most of the people that I know, you know, not even motivated to want to attend this convention because they think that the same old folks is going to be part of the, it's still in the leadership, or they are going to be dealing with these same people. So I'm just thinking if you guys have had people stepping up to take leadership, and that is going to be taking place in this convention.
Rodney?
All right. Yeah. So, Siddiqui, this is what I'll say to you. All right. There are a couple of things that you may not be aware of, and something you said also that probably you were misinformed that people were not coming or people didn't know about the convention. That is not true. All right. With regards to moving forward with the elections, the reason why the convention is being held is because all of the leaders have termed out. Okay, um, and that's why we are having new corps of officers come in. And yes, there are a lot of people who are excited about that. But this is what I'll say to you: I have no doubt that the leaders that are coming in will follow and do uh, uh, um, take the institution to a different direction. Okay, uh, not saying that the prior leaders didn't do well; they did very well. But in any institution, you also need to change. You need innovation, and that's why this convention is about. We want to move ourselves into the 21st century, and that's why I'm saying to you that the reason why, again, the main reason why the convention is being held is because all of our leaders have termed out. Okay, so let's get that clear. Not because they didn't do a good job, or because we think we just need a change, or people are crying that or, I mean, the changes guys they're not doing well. No, they did very well, given the time and the opportunity that they had. It's now time to move to a different direction, but with the same objective of ensuring that ANC becomes the party of the future and the party of Liberia that Liberia deserves.
And just to reiterate, I want to be very clear. Those leaders that are leaving were some of the best in the history of ANC. They stirred the ship under very extreme and difficult conditions, very intellectually inclined. They were visionaries, and they will guide ANC Global through our future endeavors because they are an invaluable resource for us. So I just want to clarify that. We have some of the best of the best. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I think I've exhausted my question.
You exhausted. But let me ask you a question. You guys, I think too many asked it earlier that you guys are trying to. There will be would there be a membership drive at the convention? Will on that day? What people? I don't know whether you got answer. You probably did. What do people need to know about it? What they need to bring? What to become a member of the ANC? What would they need to do?
So yes, I believe there will be a membership drive, or at a certain point during the convention, we will invite Liberians to come and become a part of the ANC. And I know people have different opinions about the ANC, but we want to assure you that once you come and become a part, you realize that you are in control. You realize that we respect you and gave you the opportunity to maximize your potential. So that's what we're all about. That's where we have diversity. So again, there will be a drive. We will call out for Liberians to become members of the ANC and to help us stir the ship of Liberia forward. Dr. George, do you have anything to add? You are muted. Dr. George is muted again, so perhaps.
Now, what about Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson, want to add something?
Well, I think Mr. JY said it all. I mean, we are going to the convention with a white sheet, so to say. And what I mean by that is we're going to the convention with open arms to embrace each and every one that is want to be a part of the institution. We have no prerequisite for that. We are ensuring that all Liberians who want to be a part and partake in the change of Liberia are welcome to be a part of the convention.
All right, I know we you guys are going to the convention on the I believe it's the what day is this convention? Is it in
It's in Philadelphia from the 25th to the 27th of April.
What days? What month is that?
Of April, I said.
Oh, April. So we probably next week. Is that next week?
Next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend.
Next weekend. That's interesting. I mean, it's almost around the corner. Just around the corner. And we want to encourage you guys and those who seeking to be part of the ANC, friends, well-wisher, and those who just want to know about the ANC. You guys got to come on next week. They're going to be having the convention in Philadelphia. So I think it will be a great thing for you guys to come if you want to hear more about the ANC. But you guys talking about a change. Y'all want to bring change to Liberia. Y'all want to, unite the people. Tell me now, okay? You're going to be having this great convention. Your political leader spoke the other day. He endorsed one of the candidates in the race in Nima County. ANC endorsed them. Tell me, what kind of change Liberia need right now, guys?
So, what we need in Liberia is accountability, proper planning, and effective implementation. And I can assure you that the visionary that we have, is no other than ABC. It is simple as ABC. Look, Liberians, panelists, we always try to find something with some of our best. Nobody's perfect. Even in these United States and around the world, people with much greater faults are respected by their peers. We have one of the best in the world. Clean sheet for over so many years. Integrity, earn everything he has. Respected in the whole world. An individual that came from a humble beginnings that went out into the world with nothing, no connections, nothing, and achieved the highest status, the highest echelon in the world. And Liberians, instead of elevating our own, we throw all kind of insignificant jobs. We are envious. We don't respect him. That is wrong. We should elevate our own. If we don't, nobody is going to do that for us. And if we continue, we are not going to have anyone that is respected by others out of our country, by our neighbors, because we put all of our best down. And I can assure you that the kind of change that we're looking for is within Alexander Cummings. His characteristics set the stage and set the bar at the highest level. Look at his achievements. Look at his dominion. Look how he carried himself. He has the vision. He has the technical acumen. And it's up to us, some of you guys in the media, when it's time for politics, you forget about those things. You don't look at the critical issues. You don't bring about the kind of accomplishment that is required, that have been done in the past, and you say something else. So again, the kind of change that we're looking for is with Alexander Cummings at the helm, and with all Liberians coming together, bringing the skills and the resources and moving Liberia above tribalism, above political party affiliations. We should ask the difficult question of all the candidates. Don't just allow somebody to just say, oh yeah, running, no debate. The press do not organize themselves to encourage debate. The press, you guys in the press, should be more critical if you want the kind of development and the kind of change that you're talking about. Collaborate with the universities and other businesses and make sure that you promote constructive debates amongst any candidates so that we can hear the vision, so that we can hear the plan and understand where they're leading us. Don't just jump on and be going to wherever political party that pay you. Be critical so that we can put the right plan together with all Liberians, and then we'll be successful. Thank you.
All right, let's go to, is Hamed still there? Let's go to Hamed and let him finish so that he can ask his question. So we kind of mentioned it, but we want to continue to focus on the program for next week, but we want to just bring in some politics because you guys talking about reconciliation, you guys talking about unification, you guys talking about change in Liberia. That in fact, Mr. George started with a heavy fire on the current leadership and all of that. I believe you guys have seen the loophole, how this government is really leaking. And so let's focus on that. So I'll go to Hamed, and Hamed can ask his question. But let us also not forget to focus as well on the program next Saturday.
Yeah, so I think by 2029, it will make Comey tear attempt to the presidency, if I'm not mistaken, thereby making him the highest ranking in terms of, since Madam Salif, in terms of political leaders who have contested the presidency. I think unarguably everybody tend to somehow agree that Comey, he comes with a lot on the table. and so it is the ANC. It includes some very respectable Liberians. But the question now for the grand game is what will the ANC try to do differently? Because I think not many people will argue against some of the things you claim about Coming, that he's one of the best, he's our brightest, he is. But I think the challenge has been electability. And it doesn't matter what it is in politics, ultimately, the grand game, the electability, that's what counts eventually. So what is it that you said that you did a reevaluation of your entire process? What is it that you think going forward? I know 2029 is still far away, but as you lead to 29, that you think you could do a little differently to enhance Cummings or the ANC electability, considering that at least in terms of name recognition, there'll be a third time in the process. Everybody since Madam Salim, who attempted the presidency once or twice, at least in the third term, at most won it. So what's the new message? What's the new effort? What's different? That's my first question.
Rodney, you want to get a
Yes,
take on that?
sure. All right, so let me say this to you. Look around you. If you're in Liberia, look around you. I mean, have your life gotten better? Okay, have your life gotten better since you had Mr. Boyka as president? And the answer is no. I mean, I've had so many people call me asking for things because they cannot afford it under the current regime in Liberia. Look at the healthcare system. People are still flying family relatives to neighboring countries. It's a sad state of affairs. I mean, people can hardly find food to eat because they cannot afford it. Now, is that what we want going forward? And the next thing I would say, it's incumbent on each and every one of us, including the press, to ensure that when there are fallacies, when there are lies perpetuated whether on an individual, that they investigate these lies and inform the Liberian people appropriately. I mean, it's a shame that as we are educated in the press and other professions, that we align with this kind of falsehoods. It's unfortunate because we realize that we are fooling our own people. We have our people going in the same cycle each and every term of an election. Now, it's not only us as an institution to do so, to effect that change. It's each and every one of us on this line that we talk to our friends and family in Liberia to ensure that moving forward, that electability is not only an obstacle, but to be ensure that we inform our people accurately about the plans that the ANC under its political leader has for Liberia moving forward. Thank you.
So I want to add to that.
Okay.
I want to add to that. I want you to understand right now that the grand game in LRP will be heavy. New innovations that you have never seen before. Every breath of Liberia will be touched. And we will respond to any lies. Will be aggressive in telling the truth. And this is a whole new perspective at the polling station, exit poll, and cameras, and a whole team that you have never seen before. And let me tell you, this is the last stand. So me personally would be in LRB. I want you to understand clearly that for me, I've been quiet. But I can attract as many young people, the grassroots people in Liberia, because when we were running things in Liberia, there were no George Weah. George Weah myself were the same crowd of ball, but they could not touch my toes in soccer. I was already playing first division. George Weah was on 12th Street with goalkeeper. the Liberian regular kids and the sports lover knows me. So when I reintroduce myself, it's a whole new level. And not only first division, I play high school ball. I won race Olympics 2 years in a row, whipping Georgia and Salisa in soccer. I play for the University of Liberia, starting number 10 in Liberia. The records are there. So when I reintroduce myself, it's a whole new level. Not only that, I played for Junior Lone Star when none of my peers were playing. And I went back to Liberia to play for Dubai, USA. So the records are there. And at this critical stage, when we go back to Liberia and we reintroduce ourselves and we tell the regular people, the sports lover, that this is the way to go, then the ground game is different with my brother.
All right. But my friend, unfortunately, you wouldn't be the candidate. But anyway, for my second question, from what we observed during the last elections, we saw that, and I stand to be corrected on this, considering that I'm not a member of the ANC, but I think there was too much overreach of the quote-unquote diaspora ANC, the USA base, the USA partisan overreach compared to directing situation on the ground, wanting to control, wanting to direct the politics on the ground as if it was the politics in the United States, wanting to give perspective that were reflective of an American perspective as opposed to situation on the ground. And so a pivot to that question would be one. Desperation is sometimes a good thing in a leader, somebody who wants to achieve something. So how desperate this time around, as you said, the third and final round, how desperate is coming this time around for the presidency? And in doing so, with the USA or the global, try to minimize or not outshine the people on the ground and try to play the supportive, the back row, so that those who on the ground, those who understand the local politics, considering the politics is local, will actually be the one to push it and not interpreting it through the eyes and lenses of sitting in the United States.
So I want to bring this into perspective. It is not the desperation of Mr. Cummings that is significant here. It is the desperation of the Liberian people for change, for real change, that is the issue. How desperate are Liberians for development and innovation in their country? Mr. Cummings do not have to be desperate. He has done more as a private citizen compared to George Weah as president, compared to Joseph Boyka, compared to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf combined. He has done more for Liberians. He do not have to show, he don't even speak about the things that he does. But the desperation will be in Liberians and the press. You guys, do not allow any funny business. While the ANC is going to do their part on the ground, do not allow any funny business to just slide. Speak about it. Do your research and go and dig. That is one point. The second thing is that I don't want you to misconstrue that ANC or USA were trying to dictate, were trying to do all these different things. In fact, it was the lack of ANC global involvement that could have brought more to the table in addition to those in Liberia. We are not going to separate us and say, oh yeah, stay away for the people in Liberia that know, you got to do this because you don't want. No, this is a teamwork. This is a collaboration of ANC members on the ground. We are going to be a real well-oiled machine this time around like you have never seen before. We have a well-planned strategy, and we will make the people to understand that tribalism is dividing us. You will not put your brother in a seat to fly a plane because he's your brother. So do not look at a person that is of the same tribe and think that he can lead those kind of messages will be propagated. You need a pilot, even if you don't know him. So I want you to understand that this is a whole new dimension that you're going to see in Liberia. I can assure you. Rodney, you want to say something to that?
Yeah, sure. You see, it's unfortunate that you guys keep using the word desperate. You know, desperation is not what people should be saying.
But it's a good thing sometimes.
No, it's not. It's never a good thing when you're desperate. And
Uh,
the thing is, you and many other of the press have always been saying Mr. Cummings is desperate. Mr. Cummings is desperate. Mr. Cummings is passionate about his country. He's very passionate about his country, and he wants to ensure that we are on the right path, not desperation. Okay, let's get that straight. And I hope that we can erase it from our vocabulary going forward when we are talking about Mr. Cummings and how we intend to, improve the situation of the Liberian people who are desperate for change.
Okay. Let's continue. We'll be taking calls by 7:30. We'll take calls. We'll be calling in. So we'll get ready to call to engage the ANC global leaders. When you talk to people in the political in the spectrum, people were saying that this could be the chance of the ANC. Who knows? Because they have tested the two parties, CDC and UP, have been tested in the last 20 years, and they have controlled the political space in the country. And there's an opportunity for ANC to really strategize and come with the game. So my question is, what's the relationship between the ANC global and the national leadership on the ground? What's the relationship between the two groups? I mean, are you working together? So what's the relationship between the two groups?
Okay, look, ANC Liberia is the political party on the ground.
Yeah.
I have a great relationship. Our standard bearer is in Liberia. So I want you to understand that our responsibility is to support ANC Global on the ground as the party on the ground request. Clear, we are in unison with our party on the ground. And we invite all Liberians to come and be a part of the change, real change. Cross your party lines. Come to a party that is here for Liberians. And let me tell you, when ANC come to power in 2029, it's not going to be about ANC. It's never. In fact, you will not even hear about ANC anymore. You will hear about Liberia and Liberians. Mr. Cummings is not a guy to say, okay, yeah, of course, there will be some concessions to certain trusted leaders in certain positions because that is with any political entity. But the primary focus would be about Liberia. We want to have some of the best hospitals. We're going to have our people working the whole world to make sure we have good roads immediately. We're going to work with the universities to empower them with agriculture. We're going to encourage the farmers in different areas to have their products brought to market. We're going to try to clean the streets of Liberia. We're going to look at the infrastructure of technology. We're going to be working in a hurry with a plan to bring our country to where it belongs. We're going to listen to our constituencies, to our citizens. We're not going to be trying to justify. We're going to have a well-constructed strategic plan. We're going to listen to our people. We're going to adjust. We're going to be dynamic. And we are going to work tirelessly for Liberia until you're going to see the change. It's not going to be about ANC, though. Even though now we have a political party called the ANC, but this is not about the ANC. This is about Liberians. That's why we keep asking people who are not members of the ANC, forget about all these political parties. The ANC is not a group of people that are just together. We want everybody to come because 2029, when we get in power, we want to hit the road running. We want to make sure Liberia is to where it should be, where our people then that are here will have no reason to come here. They will want to be in Liberia because we want to create jobs. We want to say, look, a group of Liberians come together, put some money together. The government is going to match that money to start a business in another county. Come together again, put some money. The government will match it in another county, so that we create a real middle class. And they will want to collaborate with all of the middle classes and all of the businesses, and they open a real bank that's owned by Liberians. We want to move our GDP up. We want to move our budget for Liberia to at least $1 billion. We want to make sure we have enough private investment in Liberia, that job is accessible for our females, so that they're not compromised, for our young men, so that they have the opportunity to be able to go to work, like our political leader always say, with a living wage, to be able to come home as a young person and go to your own premises. You see, this is what we're looking at. You have to cross party line for that kind of ideology. You have to cross party line for that kind of vision, and come and see how we want to work together. We need to come together as Liberians to make sure that they allow Liberians in the diaspora to vote. That is our constitutional right. Those are the kind of issues that we're going to be addressing. So this is what I want you to start looking at now in the future. Thank you.
Okay. They say that all politics is local, and people are watching the show. You got a lot of people watching this show tonight. Almost 1,000 people watching this show tonight, and I don't know if the ones that are watching listening to them today on the radio. I don't know, maybe I don't know the amount of, but a lot of people watching this show tonight, and all politics are local. And from what you're saying, I would tell my ANC friends, you have to win before you govern. You sound like somebody who is governing, the way you spoke just now, who in a governing seat. But to get to that point with all of these flowery ideas and good vision for the country, you got to win before. And since the election in Liberia, some of us go around a lot. You go to parties, you go to weddings, you go to funerals. After everything, when they start to talk, politics come in. And when they bring about Liberia, they say, well, maybe this time ANC we should look up to them because perhaps we have not tried them before. But here's the thing, though. In order to reach to that point, you must be able to attract people, right? And for instance, Mr. Cummings, honestly, the last election, he and Councillor Gonglo, Mr. Moneybat, they were the three hardest working candidates. They campaigned almost the entire country. Okay, but the results that came in the election were very disappointing. But for me personally, I would tell people that result, that 2023 election, I believe was a fraudulent election. I would say so. I was in Liberia. I don't believe the result that came in the election. I don't believe that Cummings got 1%. That I don't believe. I can argue that any day. It's just not possible to see an Appleton who never heard about him until election, after the election, Appleton coming to a place, getting thousands of votes. That's something that needs to be investigated. I don't really give that result too much credence because of what happened. I can tell you that. I can argue that any day. But so now, in order to make this last stand, take the last stand, make this pooch, it must be something organic that will. What plans are you guys making? Okay, they're both the local, national in Liberia and you guys in the diaspora, to make it organic where Liberian people will feel the need to say, well, look, we have tried the two parties, we have done this. We must not encourage this man. How can we? It shouldn't be like people are using the word desperate. No, they should be desperate and say, well, we need him. What are you guys doing to make the Liberian people be desperate that they need Mr. Cummings to be president? What are you guys doing to say, well, we have tried all the guys, so let's try Mr. Cummings now. Let people come. Let people take the lead and say, well, we are going to take the lead to come and go after him. Instead of going after them. What are you guys are doing in that direction?
So, Rodney, you want to take this and then I will follow up?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for that, Joel. Yeah, so this is what I'll say to you. All right. You cannot give your strategy out there to another person. Okay. You don't expect us to tell you, oh, this is what we're going to do and this is what we're going to do. But this is what I'll say to you. The fact that Liberian people are not feeling that they are not being desirable to their current leaders. That's proof enough to tell you that we have been on the right path all along. What we need to do, okay, is to ensure that we continue what we're doing and do it adequately, professionally, and ensure that the Liberian people understand that we are here for them, that they deserve better. And moving forward, again, as an institution, we are always going to have a situation where we try to be more cohesive, okay, so that we can put our message better, that our message is heard directly and goes directly to the people. Because most times we lack that messaging, okay? I mean, not to say we did not have the message, but it's the transfer of the message. Again, those are things that will be part of moving forward, how we can educate the Liberian people also as to what they, will benefit them, as opposed to what who they like and who they think, being government for a long time, things like that are things that have hurt us so far. We need change. They deserve change. So Liberian people deserve better. So, and that's what I would say to you with regards to that.
So let me just tell you right away. Now, the 1% that you always speak about, my dad used to say, if you cannot hear, you will feel. That's what the Liberian people are doing now. When you realize that Mr. Alexander Cummings had a conspiracy against him by CDC, UP, and a fashion LP, ALP, there was a conspiracy, a big lie. What did you guys in the media do? You sat there. You were not vigilant. You did not do your due diligence. You just reported nothing, no substance. You did not investigate to find out everything. All of you guys sat on the fence waiting for him to be convicted. You as Liberian professional media entity, you did not go after the government to make sure that what they're doing is not right for Liberia. You sat there castigating Mr. Cummings, say all kind of things about a man of integrity. But when he was vindicated, we did not see you press people anywhere anymore. No talk show say anything about it. You have all kind of people castigating him on Facebook. Nobody came to his aid. So with that being said, you should know that during an election where he was the favorite, had there not been a conspiracy in the first round to remove him, he would have won that election in the first round. But there was a conspiracy to remove him. Yet, you Liberian people sat on the sideline. So, other countries, those who voted at the prison would have gone to the prison and demonstrated and get signature at the different prison and say, I voted here. Why was my vote not counted? There would be big demonstration to all the polling stations. But you, the press and the Liberian people, you want to sit down and let somebody struggle and let somebody fight for you with no credence. Mr. Cummings, as an intellectual, is going to take his case to the Election Commission. What happened to you guys? No pressure on the commission from the press. All of the Liberian journalists just were on the sideline, were not genuine. They did not say anything. They just let it slide. The Election Commission did not respond. We had evidence. They did not respond. We sent that along with Moneyback, Beslow, and other collaborators with Alexander Cummings and sent their petition to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court were biased. We did not hear anything from you people. You sat in the sideline. You said nothing. Journalism in Liberia needs to go to a whole new level. Due diligence is very important for our country. You guys are the voices of Liberia, and you say that you're professional people. Do your due diligence and do the critical work so that our country benefits. Okay? And now, because of that, we had nothing from you, and this is why Liberia is where it is now, because the people elected Joe Boyka based on a conspiracy against Alexander Cummings, and Liberians are paying the price. So you need to do better next time. Thank you.
Okay, let me before I just got this some breaking news. But before I say,
Let me.
let me just say something to that effect quickly before I talk about the breaking news. I remember when issue came about, we were on we're on Spoon still, and some of us were very clear. It was a bogus case against Mr. Cummings. It's a big true. In fact, we didn't even stop there. We went to Liberia, went to the court. I attended the court case. I don't remember it was Peabody, Kev, myself, Benz. We attended the court case. Mr. Cummings at the court. Went there with him all. Went to that case, and we were clear that it was a bogus case to be true out of the case, out of the court, because we felt that there was nothing but fingering document. He did not do what we were accused of. We were clear about that. In fact, but we are not journalists. We're just talk show, so we have our own limits. But we're clear on our position that
you are a journalist.
No, I'm not a journalist.
So Tomlin.
I come here.
So let me.
Let me just finish. I beg you. So it was that case to be true. At the end of the day, we saw what happened. It was true out. But before I talk about the breaking news, let me just go to Mr. Russell to chime in quick.
So I reject that assertion. I think you guys are headed the wrong way. If you're going to if you're going to start by scapegoating the media, scapegoating folks, and not being accountable for what happened and taking stock of what happened, you will be heading down the same path. It is not the media responsibility, and I do remember Tomlin is right because I listened to him. At least it was Tomlin and a few others on Spoon there, but I know for sure, and not because he's on the show, we're here together, but I know he was one of those who forcefully was pushing back against that whole false narrative and that case and all of this stuff that was being put together, coupled together against Mr. Cummings. So to come here and start, the media is not here to do your work. Mr. Watt, the media is not here to do your work. So if you don't have people in ANC that were countering some of those false narratives that were out there, then it's left up to you all. You didn't come now and start to scapegoat the media and say, oh, that's the media fault because the media didn't do this. If you continue along that path, you'll be headed the wrong way, and you're going to sadly experience the result you experienced the last time. Take stock of what happened. There were a lot of things that happened that was unfair to Mr. Cummings, no doubt. I mean, we all saw it. It's not rocket science. It was in the open. It was pretty obvious what some of the things that they did to him. I mean, some of the shenanigans and all of that took place with all of the different alliances that he built and what people were doing to him. It was pretty clear, But to come here now and blame the media or scapegoat the media, that's wrong. Okay, that's wrong. So you should take it back.
That. Look, we should be careful how we use words. When you use scapegoating, it's trying to say that it is because of this that we lost. But speaking the truth is not scapegoating. ANC, we didn't complain. So there's no scapegoating. But it is the responsibility of all Liberians, including the media, including those that are on social media. So when we speak the truth, don't use words like scapegoating, because scapegoating is.
Don't tell me what kind of words to use. I eat my school fee, bro.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I gave you the opportunity to speak. I didn't speak. When scapegoating is saying, because you didn't do this, that's why we lost the election. That is not what ANC did. We quietly accepted everything. So there's no scapegoating, but we will speak the truth. Every Liberian is responsible, and if you're in the media, you're responsible. I'm not looking at Timberlane George per se. I'm looking at the general consensus of those that are in the media. You allow people to tarnish his reputation, and we should not say anything. You tell us, say we are trying to scapegoat. No, I think you're incorrect by using that term. We did not scapegoat. We accepted everything with or without any credence. with or without any hindrance. We allowed the process to go through. We did not even do anything. We sent our petition to the Supreme Court. They ignored that. That was it. We did not blame anyone. But when we come here, we will point out to the Liberian media that the objectivity is significant and that should be looked at. Due diligence is significant and that is not scapegoating. So I just wanted to correct you on that. Sir.
Okay, I want to say that I agree with Mr. Russell 100%. I think he even give you guys a pathway to even redeem yourself on what you said, but we'll move on, right? But let me just say this: since the ANC and the candidate that you endorse involved, okay, the Supreme Motorcycle Transport Union of Liberia, they just issued a press statement for immediate release. They're saying that the Motorcycle Transport Association of Liberia endorses Madam Edith Gonglo in the upcoming Nima by-election. We are calling on all motorcyclists to reject the government candidate. On the caption, we motorcyclists are not stupid. You can't collect millions from us in the name of taxes, but put in place restrictions that violate our constitutional rights in the name of no-go zone restriction. Fellow motorcyclists, members of the NEC, of Sumter, the board, county coordinators, district coordinators, parking lot chairman, the press, one and all. We extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to the board chairman of Sumter, Mr. Joseph K. Roberts, and his entire board, the NEC of Sumter county coordinators, parking lot chairman, and our colleagues for the mandate given through the resolution to join our colleagues in Nima, mobilize and campaign for election of Madam Gonglo Ware. Most importantly, this decision reflects our commitment to gender equality. We do believe Madam Gonglo Ware is an ordinary Liberian like us. She has been through the darkest path of life like we are going through right now. And we do believe she will advocate for the rights of motorcyclists. We'll be supporting Madam Ware for the following reasons. She is on record for speaking out for the rights of ordinary people. She has contributed to the growth and development of Nima. She is best suited candidate for this position from her experience in the public sector. She is not corrupt like her opponents. Our activities are going to consider radio appearances, visitation of district leaders, parking lot, and campaigning for the election of Madam Gonglo Ware. In closing, we are pleased to announce that we are now making our way to Nima for the campaign activities of Madam Gonglo Ware. Thank you. Signed by George D. Williamson, approved by Chokon Regino, Yellow Machine, National President, Supreme Motorcycle Transport Union of Liberia. Well, ANC endorsed Madam Ware. That's why we read this release. It just came up. And, whenever it's very important, they talking, the guys, they are claiming about they pay money for the registration of motorcycle, and then the government is trying to restrict them and affecting their business. So they're trying to pay the back on the government. Who knows? So let's see what happens. But back to the show. Let me go on to Mr. Russell, because he was next. Mr. Russell, go ahead.
No, so I think we're not going we're not going to legislate this issue. But all I can say to you, my humble advice to the ANC folks would be for them to take stock of what happened, to do an after action analysis of where they may have gone wrong. I mean, Tomlin is right. I mean, he was on the ground. I was on the ground. We saw how aggressively and actively Mr. Cummings were campaigning. He was all about and all around the place. I have a completely different theory as to what may have led to why Mr. Appleton received more vote. His vote count was much higher than Mr. Cummings. I have my own theories, and I have posted that. To say that Mr. Cummings didn't work hard, or to say that Mr. Gonglo or even Mr. Moneba didn't work hard, would be completely false, because we all were there. We saw the efforts they were putting into the campaigns and all of that. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with the ANC folks. So if ANC folks did not have some clever and pretty assertive media practitioners to go after people who were spreading lies and rumors about Mr. Cummings, then you guys are the one to blame. Because I mean, truth be told, there are a lot of things being said about Mr. Cummings that you guys did not have the capacity to counter, and you should have countered those things. The journalists did their part. Tomalin, a podcaster who was there, I heard him many nights pushing back. Even Dr. Peabody, when they all were on Spoon, were pushing back against some of the false narratives that were coming up against Mr. Cummings, that was being put together against Mr. Cummings. But at the end of the day, they were opinion leaders. They were putting out their opinions. You guys have paid media people working for you. They should have been the one going out there to counter some of the things that was being said about Mr. Cummings that were negative, that were damaging. There were people on podcasts that would, major national podcasters who were spewing out some things that were negative. It's not the work of Tomalin or other podcasters or journalists to go and do Mr. Cummings' work for him. They were not being paid to do that. They could have done it on their own volition, but they chose to do what they wanted to do. But I did hear some of them, Rodney Sear, Gelatier. There were a lot of journalists who were exposing some of the ills and some of the lies that were being pushed out against Mr. Cummings. So my humble advice to you all is to just forget that. Keep it moving, keep your head up, pick it up, and move forward. Now you know what to do. You guys need to put together an aggressive, robust communication team that would be out there. Many of these candidates have radio stations. Many of these candidates have podcasts. You had you had many podcasts around that were supporting one candidate or the other. Okay. What's that podcast called that with George Lobo and all those guys? Tomalin, Class Reloaded. Okay. Yes, Class Reloaded. They were there aggressively pushing one candidate. Okay. What was it that the ANC couldn't do that? You guys had the resources. What was it that the ANC couldn't get radio stations all over the country to propagate your messages? Why couldn't you guys do that? Why couldn't you have paid media consultants or public relations folks to advance the messages that you all were advancing and to push Mr. Cummings messages through and make him likable and favorable to the people? So don't blame the media. Don't blame the people. You've accepted the loss. Take stock of it, learn from it, and move forward. I'm talking to you from experience based on my experience too as a candidate, but I'm also an academically trained journalist. So I speak from all of those vantage points.
Yeah, can I comment? So I want to 100% agree with Mr. Wilson, and to my big brother James, I support Mr. Cummings 100%, and I'm always on the show. If Mr. Cummings don't consider running 2029, I think we're also just be observing Liberian politics. But here is the thing. I think it's a wrong move to want to blame the media, about what happened during the second round, because I understand your point. Your point was specifically focused on the 1% thing, and then the media not taking a stand. But here is what I want to bring to your attention, Brother James. When we got that 1%, the party Mr. Cummings came from, which is the CPP, what did the party do? That should be the question instead of the media. Those guys, the pressure this man, instead of challenging the result, instead of going to the NEC, following the complaint Mr. Cummings filing, they were in a bad pressure in Mr. Cummings to take a side in the second round. I was fortunate to be in some of those meetings. And all of the argument, 2029, you'll be the face of the Liberian politics, And this man continued to tell them that this is not about 2029. After this man spent millions of dollars, and then they come from the pool, they told them that they may got 1% of the vote. All of their concern were to support a candidate in the second round to maybe get a job for themselves. And that is part of what I asked my first question about the ANC global leadership, because even the global members that were on ground, some of them took side, which is not bad. But knowing fully well that we went to the pool, we voted for our candidate, that the election result that came out is not reflecting on the reality on ground. What Mr. Cummings needed at that time was to stay with him, loyalty. But all the meetings those guys were organizing, either to support George Weah, to support Joseph Boakai, and all the other stuff. And so it's just so unfortunate that I'm hearing you, and I'm really, really impressed to see a new face like you. And maybe I know all of you've been around, maybe you've been doing the support from the back, but the fact that people like you can come on board, I think there's a hope for us to correct those wrongs. But I don't think it's a good move for us to blame the media. We should blame ourselves. The CPP collaboration, both Liberty Party and the ANC folks. You went to the vote, you know very well you voted for Cummings. And they came up, let's say, they make out 1%. I think somebody mentioned that recommendation. I think it was you, Brother James. You talk about going to a police station to go and protest in the front of, look, we voted here, and some of the results that are coming out does not reflect the kind of vote we cast. For example, on 15th Street, Mr. Cummings' security, the entire security duty voted there. The polling center around 15th Street, around Mr. Cummings' house. And then the election results say Mr. Cummings got 1 vote. So this should have been our stand. But all the executive of the ANC, the CPP at the time, they will go in meetings. So that's supposed CDC, 2029, and it was just all about self-interest. So for me, I think that's a wrong move. We should not blame the media. We should have done the right thing to stand with Mr. Cummings. But we betrayed, and some of us will stay neutral. And I was really happy that Mr. Cummings stood his ground. With all the pressure they try to put behind, support George Weah, Boakai will be all on the picture, you will be the face of the message. No, it's not about me. And he stood his ground. And that's part of the reason I can support Cummings any day, any night, because he's not a normal Liberian politician. Now, back to a point that, Siliki raised earlier on, he asked you a question and you were responding to him. A lot of people in Liberia believe that, and I think he said something you talk about this time around, we are going to be responding aggressively with the truth. And I believe that's something we should do. But here is what most people try to misunderstand that. When they come up, they lie about Mr. Cummings, they say a lot of things that are not truth about him. And when you come up to correct those things, and then they say, you're arrogant, the ANC people are arrogant, they don't know how to talk to people good and all of that. So my question to you, now that we're trying to do things differently, and looking at the way Liberian people think, especially on the ground, we are going to kind of play the victim role. We'll lie on somebody, knowing fully well what we're saying is not true. But when somebody respond, and then we say, oh, I made that in 2 rules. We're not voting, in steering people away from joining ANC and Cummings and all of that. So what can you do, or what can we do, to change all, especially the way people, see the ANC global members, or people, not even the ANC global members, but Liberians that are in the USA or in the diaspora that participate, I know people, they don't know about Liberian politics and all of that. So what can we do differently in terms of responding to some of those lies, in a way that those people will not feel offended, but, to also kind of keep it open and all of that. So what can we do? That would be my question to you. You're muted.
Rodney, I'm going to let you come in for a second, but before I answer, I just want to inform Mr. Russell that all of the points that you made in terms of the buck stopping with the ANC are very important, and we are really, really working on those issues. My challenge to the media was not to blame them, but to encourage them to do more. The buck stops with the ANC, and we know that. And we have been working diligently to resolve all of those issues. So I want to make sure that you don't think that we're just trying to not give your words the kind of weight that it deserves. I want you that the ANC is going to take heed about what you said, and we're going to do something about that, and we are doing something about that. So I wasn't trying to use them as a scapegoat or blame them. I'm trying to encourage them to do more. And thank you very much for giving us some perspective. We appreciate that, and we accept that at any time. Please, we're open to that. And Siddiqui, to address your point, when I say that we are going to have an aggressive presence in the Liberian political theater, I mean that. And it's not just going to be an isolated campaign. No, it's going to be a strategic campaign that's going to engage Liberians in small groups to explain to the regular people on their level of some of the things that are being said and the reason why they're saying these things. To explain to them that the kind of change that we're bringing is going to help them. So instead of going on the media, social media, and just saying one or two things and making a big speech, we are going to engage the communities from community to community. The real crowd of balls will be together in the community to approach other people and discuss with them, because the young people, they are the one that form the narrative first, and then it starts sinking in the community. You see? So we're looking at how we approach the community differently, and the messaging will be uniform. Okay? So this is new strategy that we're bringing, including a media presence to counter some of the lies in a more aggressive intellectual forum that Liberian people can understand. And we will reach to the different breadth and life of Liberia. So, Rod, you want to say something to that, sir? Rodney?
Yeah, thank you for that, JY. I mean, this is what I would say. We, I was part of the postmodern committee, okay, looking into what transpired and moving forward. We understand, as an institution, that there were things that we should have done better, and we will do better. Okay, so we are looking at a situation where I mean, we need to be more inclusive, and that's being inclusive, having all Liberians and voices heard. When it comes to our party, we also realize that there are opportunities in Liberia that Liberians should, be aware of, and Liberians should also be aware that for so long they've had these retired or tired politicians who they keep recycling and getting them nowhere. You know, it's a pity when I talk to my friends in Liberia, and when I see what's happening on the ground, I'm saddened. I'm saddened because what I see happening to our brothers and sisters, the politicians, when it's time for election, they go by them, give them a few dollars or give them some rice, and they practically buy the elections. I mean, this is something that we need to grow out of. Liberians should be aware that they are the ones who are in control of their own destinies, not those leaders. They need to vote all of these leaders out, each and every one of them, because they are there for their own selfish and greed. They have no compassion for the Liberians and what's happening to the Liberians. The ANC is willing and is able to change that. I would say give us an opportunity, give us a chance that you will never turn back, because you will realize that ANC is going to be inclusive. They're going to hear your cries, and they're going to ensure that moving forward, that each and every one of you, your children, will be able to go to school. Your children will have a better healthcare system. Your children will be able to say, "Oh, those days, I mean, we had nothing, but we have something to be proud of. We have a political institution to be part of that we can say, yes, this is what we have been praying for all along." And I admonish each and every Liberian to join us moving forward. Come, tell us what you need, what you want. We're here to listen. And again, we understand, we take exceptions, not exception, we do take pride that people are willing to come to us. We are happy about that. We are excited that each and every day people are realizing that, oh, we made a mistake, we should have voted for Mr. Cummins. Now is the time for you to put that into practice. Come, join us, and let's move Liberia forward. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this will be my last question. So, there's this belief in Liberia that I think somebody is unmuted. I'm hearing myself. Okay, cool. So there is this belief in Liberia, especially for the political class, and I just want to get maybe you or Mr. James' perspective about this. During our last collaboration with the Unity Party and the Liberty Party, you know, we had an agreement, the CPP framework agreement, and then time to select the political leader to go for convention. They refused, and they start to talk about this thing. Oh, this will be the main last chance. So you go as VP, and then after the election, you will go as president 2029 and all of that, trying to bypass the agreement. And now we are in opposition with CDC, and many Liberians believe that we cannot vote, we cannot win an election on our own as the ANC political party. And I also share that same belief because, all the people who won election in Liberia, they've always have some kind of collaboration or, joining other party to form alliance, to go into the election that have always made them to win. So looking at how we are in opposition right now, you have CDC people to coming up saying, Kumi didn't support us second round, so Georgia will run. And 2029, after Georgia says yeah, then we'll bring Kumi again, the next election year and all of that. So do you guys also share, even though we're working now to have a presence on the ground, to have our party, rebrand, to have full engagement on the ground, to do everything we can do to be operating in Liberia. Do you guys share this belief of opposition, the ANC going to a collaboration? And if yes, what would be, maybe Mr. James can come in or you, Mr. Wilson, what would be that position like? Are we going there again to sign documents, knowing fully well that, all these people, they are the same group of people, they may not respect those agreements we're going to, or we are going to focus on rebranding ourselves, to just maybe anything can happen during the election year and all of that. So that was just basically my second point.
So thank you very much. I want to assure you that the ANC is open to anything that is going to bring about the best for our country. Notwithstanding, we are cautious. We have learned from past relationships. So we are better prepared from our post-mortem and discussions with our senior members and our political leader that henceforth will be more vigilant and careful how we collaborate. So I can assure you that those things that occurred in the past, they are not going to occur in the future or in 2029. Okay, but we are always open, and as we engage Liberians, this will be an intellectual exchange. You come to me and you tell me your ideology, and I bring mine to you, and we share what is best for our country, and then we decide how to change perceptions of the Liberian people. So we have a long way to go from now to 2029. But notwithstanding, we are going to start bringing to light those things that this administration is doing that is hurting our country. We're going to start bringing to light all of the impromptu decisions, lack of planning, lack of health care, everybody just doing their own thing. We cannot have this kind of operation administration for a country. So again, we'll be better prepared to go in any marriages or relationships. Thank you.
Okay, but I hear from Mr. Sylvester people before we go to the lines. People just came in, so other people will go to the lines so we can take some calls.
Thank you, Georgie. Yeah, I just came on the show. Let me say a very good evening to everybody, and send my respect out to the ANC global initiative that is spending. And I've been following the show. I was just in and out somehow, but I followed it largely a certain portion of it. I listened to Mr. James Wire, and I sensed the passion in his tone. And a lot of other things. And let me say to him, that's the kind of a way sometimes to do it, but largely it's not the way again to go about it. And as how he talked about his role before as a footballer and the kind of things to beat the people and other things, but I didn't hear much of it in the past elections. I don't know how he couldn't translate most of those things to really help the process. Like hearing the exuberance in his tone as per that process. We look forward to people like you going back to campaign, but the way sometimes we say it and we don't match it that when the ground, it won't translate to votes and other things. I'm one person. Sometimes a lot of people will hit and they will try to lambast me in terms of the way I want to see things relative to the ANC own operational engagement in terms of the campaign process. And until we as an institution, when I mean you now, the ANC, need to realize the reality of you need to deploy strategy that will go a long way in trying to create the traction between the party and that of the people, and leave this blame shifting, because you cannot shift the blame on individual or group of individuals or particular institution like the journalists. The journalists, as you may well know, they are the conduit by which they are the fulcrum of the democracy. They're there as our watchdog to tell the story. So if you don't tell the story, the way you would say it sometimes, they would say it that way, but they would not be the one to narrate the story for you in a way that you should get the votes and all those things. You also can use as a conduit to translate those information. So my own thing to the ANC, I wish you all of the best, but I will crave that you deploy the kind of a way you have to do things, and most of the way we engage the politics. And that's some of the warning I sent before the last elections. And trust me, it's not an issue that we knew they can, but I predicted the way you ran with your campaign. We predicted the outcome of your strength anyway. So I will hope that you change it. And I listened to some of the way you want to engage it. It's good. Some is not good. I hope you go and readjust the board, and that will be in keeping with the way you can do to attract a lot of voters and go back to the people. You have to be people oriented and engage the people directly, and stop shipping blame here, there, and yonder, and engage the process and found the real problem. What is the problem? How can who I don't know if he's still going to be he's the political leader, he's still going to be a senator come next elections. How you can do things to sell the senator more and engage the process, So that would be the best way I would look at this process. But from the general perspective, I would think that it's a good thing that you organize the process and do the necessary thing that is required to do major resource mobilization process that you angle through and move the institution forward. But I would think it is the way to do it. And let me say to you guys, it's a good thought process that you come up with this kind of a thing to engage the Liberian people and move ahead. And that's all I would say for now, because this is not issue that I came here to debate. No, it's process to listen to you and to encourage you do the needful, and part of that would be to roll with it. I hope the way you're passionate, you'll move down and go towards 11th Street and say the way you play the soccer and all those things, and you bring the support. But we didn't hear much of what you said after. That I will say something, this commentary after the game. I hope this time around will be part of the commentary during the game. But these are good things, and I look forward to seeing a lot of things unfold. We're from different diverse political institutions, but the intent is to see the Bureau move forward. We have a level playing field in terms of the way the engagement methodology is going to be from individual political institutions. From that landscape, I'm looking at it. So tonight, that's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much, sir. We take all of your advice into consideration.
Chimale, let me get
last call before we go to the phone line. Somebody want to say something, one of the panelists, but she's not on right now. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to our brothers on there that have come from the ANC. I applaud you guys for, taking this stand. Liberia is all we have, and we want to see more of these kind of engagements so that Liberians can have the opportunity to make, the kind of decision that is right for our country. I want to ask, how do you guys intend to sell Mr. Cummings? Because over the years, a lot of Liberians look at Mr. Cummings as a member of the elite, and even most of the people that were around him when during the ANC campaign and other stuff. Some of them we engaged them on social media, and a lot of them were kind of very condescending towards other people, which kind of turned away people from the ANC. So how do you intend to fill up that gap, or how do you intend to sell Mr. Cummings in a way that he will resonate with the Liberian people, or vast majority of the Liberian people? Thank you.
Rodney, you want to speak to that, and then I will come later.
Sure, I can do that. All right. So this is what should be done in my perspective, that Mr. Cummings would have to be reintroduced to the Liberian people. Okay. I mean, being said that he is an elite, Liberians should understand one thing, and in most cases, if you send your child abroad from Liberia and your child comes back to you, would you call your child elite because he has achieved something? This is what we need to do. We need to teach our children, as we respect the elders, so we should and try to teach our children what they need to know to be able to respect the elders. And so this is in this case where people are saying, "Oh, Mr. Cummings is an elite." Mr. Cummings is one of us. Okay, the only difference is he had an opportunity to go abroad, study, work, and come back to assist Liberia, move Liberia forward. It could be any one of us. Any one of us in Liberia that's sitting down could have the same opportunity. It does not mean when you come back that you are an elite. It's just that you have excelled, you have accomplished something. We should respect that. Okay, because again, this is why Liberia is backwards today. Because we tend to castigate one another. We do not encourage one another to excel. We need to change that attitude. Liberians need to be aware, because those days I remember the mothers in the villages and the mothers in the market wanted the children to excel. wanted the children to do better than they are doing. They did not call the children elite when they came back to Liberia. They did not. They opened their arms. They put the lapas on the ground and welcomed the children home. Because these are the same children who are coming back to improve the lives of the families. So look at it this way: Mr. Cummings is there to not only improve the life of his family or the lives of Liberians, but the life of the country as a whole. So let's stop saying an elite. That is the wrong word to use. And I hope people in Liberia will understand that. Thank you. James?
So quickly before we go, Sarah, I want you to understand that, you know, in a political theater, words are used to just bring about certain results. So the word elite is a stigma. They just attach it to you, and people don't really understand. So we engage people about that kind of word, and we will explain to people the reason behind that. It will be insignificant. We will approach our people more closely, and we will talk to them about the kind of strategy the opposition will be using, or the ruling party, when they have no substance, and will present to our people the reason why they're using those words. That word, such a word, will be of the past. I'm telling you right now. Thank you.
Okay, we're about to go to the phone lines. I see Henry already, but before we go,
can I slip something in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think I don't want to hammer that point any further, because most of the speakers already did cautioning my brother on the issue of the media. But one thing I just want him to depart with is that in politics, to control the media is to own one. I hope that is something the ANC can consider. To control the narrative of the media, you have to own one. But in passing quickly, I just want to know, what is the current relationship between the ANC, or between Mr. Cummings and the CPP former chairman Musa Belete?
Look, our political leader is a person that holds no malice. He works with all Liberians, even if you object to him, or you disagree with him, he still appreciate you. And there's no rivalry or anything. The marriage or collaboration of the CPP ended, and everybody went their separate way, but they still have the mutual respect for one another. So I think they have a good cordial relationship. Mr. Cummings is the easiest person to work with. Simplicity is one of his primary tools. Thank you.
Okay. As we go to the phone lines, I think Sarah want to follow up on her last question. But Sarah, Heron, get ready for the phone lines. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I just want my brothers on there to know that the word elite did not originate from me. I only brought it up because I want you guys to, be able to explain it to the Liberian people. I'm not looking at Mr. Cummings in any way as an elite. I myself value his educational achievements, and because our people are gullible, and a lot of times people don't understand some of these things. This is why I brought the question up. But it seems that you guys are coming after me like I'm the one who originated the word, which I didn't.
No.
But Timali, I think on the contrary, Liberians' perception of Mr. Cummings being a leader is not because he's the most educated Liberian. Not that was he the most successful Liberians that was in the presidential race. Other people from different fields have been successful. I think there's just something that just did not resonate, or that did not connect. So don't see it like, okay, people think Cummings is because he's educated. He didn't come in the race as the most educated or only educated person. Neither did he go in the race as the only successful person in his field. He might have been successful in what he did, but others were successful in the different areas that they achieved. So here's the thing. ANC must ask itself the hard question. Why is it then that this man, a boy from Fiamma, is being perceived this way? Why is it that we're not saying, probably he's saying all of the good things, but he's not saying something? Why is it he's not doing? So those are the things you need to ask, as opposed to thinking that Cummings went to school, Cummings you are not Fanny Sharma was a candidate before president. He won a Liberia best lawyer as was previously. So was Gonglo. Georgia was one of the best footballers in the world. He went in the race as a football. So people went with different area of achievement in different fields. But some resonated with the poor and others did not. So then you need to ask yourself, why haven't we resonated? Why hasn't coming in spite of everything we claim he had, has that resonated? So that's something that you might not be doing right. And you just perhaps by the time you find it, you might get it going. So I just want
I mean, I know Tomalin, you're trying to jump on the phone lines quickly as possible, but you know he makes a valid point, and I hope James and Rodney, I hope you all can take that away. And James, I like your you pivoted and the way you responding. I think that way will really be embraced by a lot of people. You know. Don't be defensive. Accept it. You know, take it, and then go with it. But the brother is right. Ellen Johnson. I mean, if you look at all of these folks, so if you're going by success, financial success, or the position they've held, there were so many elites there. I mean, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, George Weah. You know, I mean, there are a whole bunch of them. But why only Mr. Cummings? That label, they put that label on Mr. Cummings, and it seemed to have stuck. But it's not stuck on George Weah. It's not stuck on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. It's not stuck on Boaka. Everybody, you know, talked about how they've been so humble and their very humble beginnings and all of that. And the brother just talked about it. I mean, Mr. Cummings came from where? Fiamma, and his mom, his mother sold in the market, and you know the same old, you know, picking folks up from the bootstrap type of way that a lot of Liberians came up. But how are you selling that story? How are you, telling Mr. Cummings' story to the point where it will resonate with folks? I mean, he doesn't have to be dancing buka or playing music like George Weah. But how can you sell his story in a way that will resonate with the common person in the market? You know, and I think that's part of what is critical. So because all of those folks, they're all elites. There are a lot of elites there. But, you know, a lot of people, they're similar with Donald Trump and Barack Obama in this country. You know, Barack Obama, as we all know his beginnings. But people will look at Trump, who was born with literally with a silver spoon in his mouth, you know, and with all of the resources his dad had. People look at him as the common person who can relate to them, can connect with them, but not Obama. So it's about how you all try to sell Mr. Cummings' story, and you know, so that they can resonate with the average Liberian, with the average person in the market, or you know, on the streets or wherever.
So quickly before you go to the phone lines. First of all, Sarah, I don't want you to feel that we're coming after you personally. Okay, that word elite is not from you. I just want to clarify that. And Stephanic, thank you very much for your statement. I think it's very important. And then Mr. Russell, just wrap it up with more details. So we're here to listen also. But I can tell you that word stuck because ANC tried to do things in an organized manner, and the opposition did not have the substance. So they just threw that word in there. But we are going to take exception to that and explain it to our people in a way. When you see ANC together, we bring the best of Liberians, and our responsibility is to bring all Liberians to that level. So we are going to explain that to our people in a way that they will understand, and they will know that coming up and being the best, there's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take some calls now. The numbers are on the screen, and we can get it going so we can, the call us. What have to say? Go ahead, call us. Because it's all yours.
Thank you so kindly, to John and the rest of the other panelists. So the number to call is 077701763 777017635. For those of you following us online, the number is on the screen, plus 221 635.
The first caller. Okay. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, Timothy. Good evening to you guys, man. Good evening to all of the panelists. And Great show, man. Listen, man. This is a fascinating topic. Why it's true that I just got on the show. This is Abraham Conner calling from New Jersey. The achievement of Mr. Cummings and his contribution to our body politics and of course Liberia is something that needs commendation. He's a fine gentleman. I see his demeanor, though I have not met him in person. I see his demeanor and how he relates. He's a relatable person, quite honestly. All right? Why it's true I'm not part of his party. I did not support him. But one thing that I really want us to remember here, the followers and those that were in the supportive cycle of Mr. Cummings, over the years, what have noticed the condescensions, how they relate to people, the commoners. Every time they would tell you, "Oh, this person he doesn't know what he's doing. His level of education is beneath imagination." Predicated on that, it became a blanket thing, wherein everything has just dumped on Mr. Cummings and of course the ANC. The party itself has been perceived in the eyes of the electorates in Liberia generally as an elitist party. That even those from the diaspora, when it goes on the ground to relate to the people, my understanding is that the people still see them as people that are not at that level, Timberlane. So that in itself has bothered Mr. Cummings. Now, this is not only narrative Mr. Cummings. In retrospect, even Mr. Broskin suffered this particular perception in Liberia even up to the time that he passed. People saw him as an elitist. So this is something that if there'll be a rebranding of Mr. Cummings and any other person, I think those are things that need to factor in. It's just not Mr. Cummings itself, but the party itself, especially the diaspora component of this party, they will have to recalibrate and rebrand their message. That's why I just want to contribute, guys. But again, thanks for the time, man. Great show, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Conner. He raised some good points. A lot of people.
Okay. So let's call up. Your name from where you joining us?
Thank you so much. This is Sarumak Abel. It's a great show, and I appreciate the panelists for the discussion.
Where you joining us from?
Basically, there are a few things I'd like to outline when it comes to the person. Like the other panelists are trying to bring the heat for what is happening in supplement negativity. That's not the issue. I think it's actually an excuse, and I think the folks from the ANC will have to order the effort. You saw 2017 how the people of Liberia were so much focused, and for the first time he was involved in the elections, he came to that level. But this is the issue with ANC and Mr. Kuhn. Look, politics in Africa, especially in Liberia, is quite different. You need to get the people who are supposed to get the work done. But if you surround yourself with technocrats at the initiate of election, not going for those of the people who are supposed to be in the trenches, that is the problem with Mr. Cummings. You only bring in the technocrats and other people when you won election. But you surround yourself with people who cannot bring the number to make it away, Mr. Cummings. So that's one of the problems the ANC has. You cannot go for the technocrats at a point where you need the number to win. The next thing, look at the election 2020. You cannot be preaching a change. At the end of the day, you surround yourself with people who've been doing all things. This is, Mr. Cummings always say that, he wants change. You cannot be doing the same thing over and over and you expect a result. But 2020, you brought people around you like Louis Brown. Louis Brown has been here for a very long time, where he has to offer 11 people. You bring him on board, he could not offer anything. So I think the ANC folks need to double up and don't blame any other person. The Liberian people will focus on you if you have the right message. So they are having issues with the message they're supposed to be delivering to the Liberian people so that it resonates with them. And of course, you're going to see that. So, but they need to leave from, the stage of, being technocratic for every other thing and not going for those of the people who's supposed to be the one bringing it up.
Okay, my brother. Thank you.
All right. I think make it 1 minute or caller. Yeah. Go ahead, caller. I have a caller in line. Go ahead, caller. You live.
Okay, go ahead.
Caller, you live. Go ahead. Oh. The person called my
Okay.
phone. Okay.
Your name from where you joining us? How are you? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This is Albert Chemical. Geographically, I'm sitting within Cowell.
Okay, go ahead, my brother. A minute.
Let me tell you something. Mr. Cummings really, when he came down 2017, I listened to him at the Stephen Tobo estate, and he was very clear. But what happened, Mr. Cummings was clear that he came as a clean man. 2017 came back and passed. 2023 election coming, they formed the CPP. The Liberian people bought the idea. If you listen to many callers, a similarly just can make your own spoon at the top. People bought the idea. But Mr. Cummings was then misled by other people that don't go with him, man, and so on. And the Liberian people were very clear.
Okay, my brother.
That we need Mr. Praga to go with, and later on, the ruling party started attacking the opposition.
Okay, my brother. Hold you there. That girl that call coming in a minute per quarter. That's the mandate at the moment. Your name from where you joining us?
Hello?
Your name and from where you joining us?
I'm Elena. I'm calling from Maryland.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, hi, all the panelists. I want to thank you all for coming on today to just speak on the ANC. I feel like Mr. Cummings and the elite thing is a lot of people in Liberia that they're afraid of Mr. Cummings, they're afraid of his achievement, and they just raising the propaganda and poisoning our people's mind. They don't want to tell our people what they can achieve, what Mr. Cummings can achieve for the country. So they would say things all kinds of ways to poison people's mind. They're afraid of what he can do because he will stop the corruption and he will expose the track. They will do everything to just come against his character. We saw Ivory Coast, we look at Sierra Leone, we look at Rwanda and all these places. And we see how the people will elevate people that can bring achievement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Your name from where you joining us?
Yes, hi. I'm calling from DC.
Okay,
But
go ahead.
I was calling on the ANC, and of course, I'm listening to all the people, and I thank my sister Sarah for saying what she said also. But the thing is, it's threefold in this thing. I've been on the ground a lot trying to, profit the ANC and Mr. Cummings. And yes, a lot of people feel like the people from the diaspora with the ANC have an attitude or they have some form of elitist thing and things like that. What we have to do, we understand that Liberia has a class of, like Mr. Cummings will put it, a musical chair class. So they like the same things. So these political groups, what they would do is, of course, they do not want change, because if a person like Mr. Cummings come in or a person like Winfred comes in, they're going to want to have change. And Liberia,
We gotta hold you there. We gotta hold you there and take more calls. Thank you.
I got a caller in line. Go ahead, caller. You live. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is William Bro.
Where you calling from?
Calling from France.
Okay, go ahead.
I want, please, at least a minute, 30 seconds. I want to hold down all of Cummings' says mistakes. So that good show tonight, I really admire the show. I don't usually call, but I want the people in studio to speaking well. Let me tell you, in Liberian politics, no individual tell you more than yourself. Cummings himself never sold himself well, and so it affected him today. You were giving an example on Ellen Johnson, Sally, George Weah, and Wakado. People sold themselves ever since from the 80s when they were making headway in the various fields. Ellen sold herself in politics. She went to jail. She came back. She became senator. Similarly with George Weah sold himself when people were on refugee camp, different contribution, other things. At that time, Kumi was in Haiti. So the people be upset. But yet, when it came to the political field, Ellie yet never ran for the presidency. She went to the Senate. But she later refused that because of the person who won. She claimed it was fraudulent, so she fled. We are King, with all his popularity, he never won 2005. Why he did? He went out running mate on a whistle top in 2011 and went as senator. Let me tell you one place that Kumi, even Kumi too. One mistake he made again was he appeared on Jakarta show when they asked me about the gay. He never understood the Liberian environment for you to dodge that question and be acting like you in America was the biggest error of the political life. And then there is one thing again he made. When they were in the CPP, when they longer wanted to be senator, he's supposed to seize that occasion to be senator and fight how to change the status quo in the House of Senate. He may say, he said, no, he just want to go straight to be president. No, your image has not yet been sold. He was going to set himself at the Senate there, but he never did. Again, he missed another opportunity of going as vice president. All he target was, he came with that kind of corporate mentality that send out a higher shareholder in the company, I'm going to be the CEO. No, they're not how politics go. Politics, you must submit yourself and you must sell yourself in a way, even from your tune, from your association, from the way you interact with people. He never did. And until the time, he's still in that same error. There are a lot of things that we can explain. People must really talk to the Kumi man and say, to say, well,
okay.
But he's not doing it.
Tommy, can I ask the caller a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, caller, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, thank you. So I just had several questions to have, but I'll just narrow it down to one in the interest of time. And this narrative has been out there for a long time. It's been twisted so many different ways. Folks have debunked it. I'm not a member of ANC. I'm just a member of the podcast press. So that's where I come from. So and we've talked about it on this show to try to bring some clarity to that and debunk some of the half-truths and misinformation out there. And that question is that you said Cummings didn't want to be vice president. What do you mean by that? Was Cummings offered the opportunity to be vice president to anyone and he turned it down?
Yes.
What can you say about that?
Yes. He will offer. In politics, they are signs. Sometimes your opponent may not come to you directly to offer you because they're not business now. Politics are optics and signs. Sometimes you will know in the gathering have people gossiping or have people pulling you. They're putting you somewhere. You got to understand that sign. The real fact of the matter, they went ahead to go at VP to Waka, but he refused to understand that sign. All his mindset was, I want to be president. So in politics, sometimes not everything they will propose to you directly, but you should understand the sign around you. Let's take, for example, like George Weah. In 2011, George Weah understood the sign. He knew he couldn't win Ellie. Last minute of the time, the poor giving Ellie and Ward say, you the darling girl, won that big award. We are looking at it for long. You say, okay, I will put Winston Thomas. So with all the way people think we are not educated, but he used the educated man to give him a footing and retreat.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But let me just quickly tell you.
Thank you.
That emphatically, and this is where ANC, we're not here to do your work for you, but since you're on this show and we're all with pundits, maybe you guys can take some lesson from this. But I would tell you, caller, that emphatically, categorically, it never happened. Mr. Cummings was never hinted, nudged, asked, wanted to be. It never happened. So that narrative and all of those innuendos that somehow he didn't want to be a vice president to President Boyka now, that's not true. That's false and that's not true. So ANC folks, these are some of the false truth and false narrative that continue to bedevil your party and your candidate. So you guys have to find a way to try to address that. Somebody knows this. Many of us know this. It never happened.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. I will speak to that later on, but let me get a caller's chance. Go ahead, caller. You live.
I thank you so much because I was cut off from the Liberia call, which I'm very hurt with the guy sitting in the studio there. Thank you, Winfrey, for saying that. Because one thing with UP has very good propagandists. And that's what they go through with their propagandists. So they will propagate all lies against Mr. Cummings. And we saw that in the CPP with the lies that they were propagating against Mr. Cummings. But with all that being said, why I'm coming on here, and all these guys are so good at what they're saying, on the ANC. But we have a class of political leaders since 1980. Mr. Cummings has the mind of Tolbert. So many people came against Tolbert, and that's what people didn't understand because Tolbert wanted change. And that's the same thing that's happening today. Mr. Cummings wants change. The rulers as B don't want the change. And people like you, Winfred, or even my cousin Collins, that is the mayor for what the place their name?
Helena Montana.
In the
Montana.
Montana.
Yeah, in Montana, but these are things. People like you go to Liberia for change. The people don't want change in Liberia. But what we need to do as ANC people, and with Mr. Cummings in Liberia, we need a strong leadership that are grassroots from the grounds in Liberia. And I think that's what's happening because Mr. Cummings now is doing from the bottom up. So he is really changing the narrative in the ANC. And that's what I think when we change those narratives in the ANC, I think you always see a new brand of ANC. You always see a new brand of Mr. Cummings. And this is what I'm hoping for. And I hope the same thing happen to the changes that they will be making in the one diaspora that's going to happen with the ANC in the diaspora, in the different areas of the diaspora, not only in the US, but in Europe and in Asia and all those other places. But yes, we need to get to the people. They need to know that we are one of them. And not because some of us came over here and learned, the white man language that we cannot, we're not one of them, because I've been on the ground and a lot of people love Mr. Cummings. But we have people like the UP people who will just come and propagate lies. And the CDC too, they really came against Mr. Cummings in 2023, but things will happen. 2029 is going to be a different year. I thank you, Tamale.
Yeah, what's the name? What's the name?
Okay, my name is Letty Thompson.
Okay, thank you, Letty.
Don't be laughing for it. Don't laugh, or is it true?
Let's go ahead. Okay, another caller. Caller, go ahead. Caller, you live.
Hello?
Yeah, you live.
Okay. My name is Thomas.
Okay.
So actually, I've been following the show, and I want to, first thank those guys that came to represent the ANC. I will tell you, I'm one person who actually went to Liberia during the campaign time, and I can tell you nobody actually knew. I went there to, do my own survey on the kind of work the ANC was doing, because I'm a strong supporter of Mr. Cummings. And when I got on the ground, I realized that the information we were getting from Liberia while in the States here was quite different from what was on the ground. Sitting in the US, I felt like Cummings was going to win our election based on the information we were getting. But when I got there, I went out into the rural community and I found out a lot of things. One of those things I found out was that most of those that were around Cummings were not actually in support of Cummings. They were there in disguise. Some of them were sent by the Unity Party and the CDC. And he didn't know, he used them, he appointed them into key position. And these guys, they used those positions to suppress his operation. One thing I realized when I went into the rural community to campaign for him was that I found out that the coordinators, because every district, there should have been a coordinator, a party coordinator who is responsible to mobilize the people within that area for the party, like run campaign. But what those guys did at the top, they cut all of the coordinators off. When I went there, those coordinators, I met with some of them, they explained they were frustrated. And because of that, they were not even talking to people in the community. You see that? So on the ground, I realized nothing actually was happening. I even spoke to one lady who told me she had come from the same town, you know, in Kawa. And I asked her, she told me, you know, she support Cummings, but she don't see anybody. She have not seen anybody from Cummings camp going there to campaign for them. Or for Cummings, let me just say. There were other places I went. I even went and put people together and went to the party headquarters. I talked to people to go and meet with these people. When they got there, they had a meeting with them once. They promised they were going to go back. They never went back again. The people were in our view around the election time, I'm telling you. But they went there one time because you know, there was pressure on them from me. Once they went there the next time.
You get 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
Yeah. Let's say, to cut everything short, I realized that those that were at the top, they were actually campaigning for the United Party and the CDC in secret. People like Grace Bay and you think how they got their position with the government today. They were all down there in disguise with the ANC. And they were suppressing those guys. They were not working with the coordinators. No coordinator ever campaigned for Cummings. That's why I realized on the ground. When I came back, I told some people here, some of the top ANC members, I said, what I saw, that was before the election. I said, what I saw on the ground, I'm not sure. My hope is just dash. I don't believe that Cummings will do anything because the coordinator I spoke to, all of them have dropped their tools. They're not doing anything.
Okay.
You see? That's the problem. And they need to work on that. I plan to be involved in the next 2029 election. Okay. If it is possible, I would even want to go on the ground before the time and start going into various counties, you know, talking to people. It's better to start the groundwork very early, one-on-one.
Okay.
Interaction with people in the community.
Okay.
Nothing like that happened this 2023 election. That's why I found out when I went.
Thank you.
I came back, I was so discouraged. Before the election, I told them, I said, from what I saw, I'm not sure that ANC will win or the CPP will win.
Okay. Well, guys, keep on. We're still getting calls there, right? Hearing two female minutes. We're gonna let the guys get their popping comments.
Okay. Good morning. Your name from where you joining us?
Go ahead.
Good morning.
You say? Your name from where you joining us?
Robert from Zinta. Please, let me ask a question before I go on. I want to know the color and the elite. You might help me, and then I could try to start my point. You know, I listen to people from friends of the people in my front to that the poor don't want people, the poor don't want good people. Tell me who don't want their people to make that is good or this make it bad. All the good people when they come back like yeah, it's not really I say good or bad. But by the time the focus, when something influence this was the next thing is about this. If you start to think that and feel like people, what do you expect of me? I agree with the they need to put around the poor will not put it there. And when they say themselves, you know, people, my own, that's a scheme. Because those are the issues every good thing from people. So you're getting you want to put money, now you want to put mistake. I tell you, getting the middle of the with people with you. It's all the important people. But in like here, all that we are doing, let's take it from back in the You see what Tower did? Tower was a vice president, third man. You saw how far it went, 19 or 40 years. And when he came, Tower decided, he said, I will build the nation from Mark to mattress. So you saw what Tower was doing. It's not at all learning, but all of our guys that will come from them, they go in there, they find it, if you opportunity, they hire, they look down on. We are honest guys. So then you sort of, you know, people, the all just made or able to country. But I think they can't want to learn it like this. When you come, how to get to the it is not giving cash anymore. I don't believe in giving me cash. Let me see your work. Let me see what you do.
Okay, my
like,
brother.
I will know that you do something. Not because give me right, and you tell me.
Okay, thank you. I think you got to start from mat to mattress. The people got to know you. Yes, before you move forward. That's the mentality here in Liberia. Good morning, your name from where you joining us?
Yeah, good morning.
What's your name and from where you joining us?
Yeah, my name is Avi. I'm calling from Soukne District 4.
Okay, Soukne
Good morning
District
to all
4.
the panelists in the show.
Go ahead, 1 minute.
Let me extend my thanks and appreciation to everyone of them because they are doing extremely well no matter what. Okay, straight to the issue. Let me give one reference, and my reference is to the CMM Musa Belisi. Before Musa Belisi who become representative in the campaign, station number 7, he did so many tangible things to the people of station number 7 in my country. Michelle is saying the people voted for him. So, the weekend, let me go. We get a part of our face, thinking where there are two parties, the CDC and the new party. The Latin people have already made up their mind. So you guys when you come back with that ear money and gain your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. 077701763 777017635. We'll take about 2 more calls and then go back to the team before their parting comment. 077701763 is the number to call. For those of you following us online, the number is already there, +231 777017635. Good morning, your name from where you joining us?
Yes, I'm Hesga M. Charlie Jr., calling from Peace Island.
Peace Island, go ahead, my brother. A minute.
Yeah, you see, sometimes it pains me a lot when I see people discussing Kumi's, the Kumi not qualifying, not somebody to be president for Liberia. They're making the Liberia with everything you want the political leader, even share a platform during the election period. Now, why can't they really do it? But, you know, Liberia, they almost, I don't want to say the parable. I don't want to say this. You told somebody, say, oh, I went in the bathroom, totally left on my hand. Then the person go tell another person, say, oh, my man, yeah, that man say, you were playing with poo-poo. The other man say, oh, yeah, the poo flash on the man's face. So that what happened to Mr. Cummings?
My brother, a minute.
The statement that Mr. Cummings made in studio when they asked him about that gay issue, Mr. Cummings was saying something that I be that Liberia could understand. But other people, because they felt that they wanted to be president, they politicize it, they make it look like Mr. Cummings is the first man to become gay, or even when he gay, he's the first man. That's bad.
Okay.
Let us think about our country, how better we can make our country.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. 777017635, the last call, and then go back to the team. 077701763 777017635. A call, and then we'll go back to the team. For those of you following us online, +231 777017635. One more call, and then we'll turn back to the team for their parting comment. That was said by Chief Tomoni Josh. So a call. Was good morning, your name from where you joining us?
Yeah, my name is Binton Shai. Calling from
72nd, my brother. A minute, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes, my brother. Bringing coming to Liberia, I think it will be one of the best things for my problem I have there. To which I can be ahead of the team. They don't really campaign. They don't even explain the issue. Yeah, to also anything about coming. Look at for typical example. You look at Louis Brown. Then you say you come in with a protest with tire suffering. Somebody bought beat and then you say he's suffering. All of them campaign for United Party. You say Trump. That great spread there. You back out office. So I expect to move for Kumi. Everything they do are they from the lie.
Okay,
Kumi might get who and Safo and whom after that people. I don't think the other people that are working with him and moving forward with him, they're not helping him at all.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. Chief Tomani just is back to you guys.
Okay, so I want to say thanks to the callers, and we running out of time, so we'll give the guest a few minutes to do the closing. And I know they heard the callers well, but let me just say something before the guest coming. The issue about this vice president business, I will be clear with you guys. I witnessed it when Spoon went to Liberia, where at Boulevard Palace had a meeting with Mr. Cummings. Kev, I asked Mr. Cummings that question. As Mr. Cummings, Mr. Boga asked to be his VP, he said no. Only thing Boga told him was, Alex, the Liberian people depending on us. Now, all he said. Went to Mr. Boga's house, in Mr. Boga's office, Kev Hassan asked him. Boga asked to come in as be his running mate or asked him, he said no. And that's how we know. And then one time too, was sitting somewhere with somebody too, I don't call the person name, and apparently Manasari I got involved. She called and said, and to the person said, call Mr. Boga and told him, look, try to work with Alex. And Boga said that, oh, I'll get back to you. He never did. Last minute of time, Ambassador Balu didn't try to even for him to say, go ahead and announce it. Don't tell him. They announced his name. And so there was no way Boga wanted him to be his vice president. Let's get that one clear. He was not interested in that. So the company never refused to be vice president to anybody, and he nobody asked him. So let's make it clear. But you guys can give your parting comments.
Okay. Ultimately, thank you very much for having us. We are here to inform all members of the ANC in the diaspora. If you live in the US, we are going to be having a convention from the 25th to the 27th of November. We are going to be in the city of brotherly love. If you are a member, you can pay your annual dues is $120. The banquet that evening is going to be $50, and if you bring in your significant order, it's going to be $50. So I'm encouraging everybody, those of you who have all the kinds words, my brothers in New Jersey, other parts of the U.S., I encourage you to kindly join us at the convention on the weekend of the 25th. Come out and let us do our thing, the ANC style, all the good ideas we have. Let us discuss it at a business meeting and see how we can send a team to Liberia to work with our brothers on the ground so that we can start working towards our next political movement. But let me say this to the Liberian people who call. Adolf Hitler, sorry I have to use his name, but he propounded this theory. Adolf Hitler says, if you say a lie big enough and you continuously repeat that lie, people will believe it. I repeat, Adolf Hitler says, if you say a lie big enough and you repeat that lie continuously, people will believe it. And that's the reason why many of you in Liberia believe that Mr. Cummings never agreed to be a vice presidential candidate or to work with the CPP arrangement. I hope many of us will take time to study, because as Tommy Lee George said, Mr. Cummings was never offered that position, was never held. To those who talk about Louis Brown, you voted for Mr. Boycott, who is your Liberian permanent ambassador to the United Nations. If you have so much problem with Louis Brown, why is he your senior diplomat? Your number two diplomat after the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He represents your interests now at the United Nations. So what's the problem you have with him? Why didn't you protest or speak to President Boycott not to nominate Mr. Louis Brown? But I want to tell you all, Liberians, we are the least developed country in our region. When I first came to Liberia on foreign assignment in 2010, we were 2 steps ahead of Sierra Leone, equal to the Republic of Guinea. But today, everybody else has passed us because of the leadership problem we have in our country. So it is our decision, it's time for us to think as Liberians. Where do we want to be? In the 1960s, the 1970s, Nelson Mandela and other freedom fighters in Africa came to our country. The University of Liberia was a beacon of hope for the continent of Africa. John F. Kennedy Medical Center was the referral hospital in most part of Africa. The Louis Arthur Grant School of Law was the #1 law school in Africa. But everybody else has passed us because of our leadership crisis. It is now time for us Liberians to look deep into our heart and start to make serious decisions about our country, or else we'll be the last and everybody else. In fact, we may sometimes need visa to go to Sierra Leone if we don't develop the country we have now. And I believe the ANC, the Alternative National Congress, can play a critical role in pushing Liberia to the next step. Thank you all for your time. Sorry, my internet was not working well, but I look forward to another conversation concerning ANC Global and the work of the ANC in the diaspora. Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to say thank you for hosting us this evening. It's been a pleasure, being on the show. In addition to what my colleague Dr. George just said, Liberia is at a point where there is no return. However, if we as Liberians see it in ourselves, look at ourselves, and realize that we have a choice. We have a choice to make. 2029 is just around the corner. Believe it or not, when we get up tomorrow, figuratively, it will be 2029. What do we want for ourselves? Again, as I said much earlier, most of our mothers who were market women or who are market women, who strived for us to go to school, to learn, to accomplish something that will come back, to provide for the family, to uplift the family. Those are things that we need to think about as a nation. We need to look at those individuals. Mr. Cummings is one of those. If he decides to run, see him as your brother, your son, that you sent out to go to school and have accomplished something to come back and move us to a higher level. It's a pity because, again, as my colleague just said, in the 70s, Liberia was a beacon of hope. We used to host refugees from other countries. Our neighboring countries used to come to us to shopping and to do things. Where are we today? What went wrong? It's incumbent on each and every one of us here, and especially in Liberia, to realize that there is hope going forward, that we need to look at each other as brothers and sisters and say, oh, my brother, help me, because I cannot help myself. Yes, you can help yourself. Vote right. You'll be able to help yourself. Vote right. I also want to say welcome to our convention. Individuals who are here and who are traveling from Liberia to the US, you are always welcome as well to be part of the convention. We want to encourage each and every one of you to come and make your voice heard. That's the only way we can grow this institution. We can have more ideas in the institution that we can impart to our brothers and sisters in Liberia. Without you, we are not going to be viable. So I want to encourage each and every one of you to join us. Thank you.
So, on behalf of our chair lady, Madam Ethel Maye, and members of the Convention 2025 Committee of ANC Global, I want to take this opportunity to express our thanks and appreciation for this invitation. Dr. George and Rodney have already said a lot. So I'm going to be brief. My takeaway from this discussion is to pay attention to the advices from our panelists here and see how we can incorporate that into our strategy. And one of the things that I observed that we really need to work on is the fact that when other people do not have the substance, they keep trying to throw anything at you, any label, such as elitism, gay, anything that would stick. So we got to be prepared for that and have a commensurate counter for those kinds of assertions for people in opposition that do not have the substance to compete on the issues. With that said, we would like to invite Liberians to turn out, come and become part of the ANC, come and attend our convention, and so that we can move our country forward. Again, I'd like to reiterate my thanks and appreciation to all of you for the advices that you provided to us. I can assure you that we will take that seriously to improve our presentation in the future for the benefit of Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to the ANC Global Leadership. Thank you. We look forward to see how best we can make our presence at your program. Hopefully, one of us will attend to raise the occasion to cover the program. We'll see. We'll talk about that later. But I want to say thank you and wish you guys the best and have a successful convention and look forward to having you guys again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we got to get on. Let's not use our final time to talk about the election in Nima. As we're on the show, the Nima candidates signed a peace pact ahead of by-election. With less than a week to go, they signed a peace pact today, calling for a peaceful, transparent, and credible elections on April 22nd. All the candidates, I think, signed this document. That's a good sign. We're praying that the election will end up peacefully, and so we're looking forward. And also, former Representative Akaros Gray just endorsed Madam Ida Ware too. He just announced his endorsement acting on his party's mandate, the CDC mandate. So, and he's saying that they are going to Nima. They're all going there to leading the gallant men there to go and show that they campaign for her to win the election. So, as the endorsement continues to go forward. Let's see what happens in the next few hours. But I would like to quickly, before I bring you guys in, let me hear from my guys on the ground. The TCA guys are already in Nima. They've been there. They've been carrying on the campaign trail. And guys, let me just reach out to them quickly and see what they got to say to us, because it's late in Nima. In Liberia now is almost 1 o'clock. So you guys, let me go to them.
Almost 1 o'clock. 4 minutes to 1.
Yeah, so let me go to them quickly and see what they got to say for Nima, and we move on. Okay, they're on the line. Guys, you guys are on the line live. Want to tell us how's Nima counted tonight? How's Nima? How's the campaign?
Well, Nima is okay, and the campaign is kind of very tense when it comes to maintaining the peace. But what our sense is, the opposition candidate, Mana Ide Congo, will need to double up her security, and because the kind of tension we experienced today in Tapeta, if it continue, I think she will be able to campaign in most of the Ethiopia.
Wow. Guys, anybody can ask them a question quickly?
So before they ask question, I also like to clarify something about what Samson just said.
You get me?
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
Okay, so those who we saw from what you just said, those who we saw that were in the art, like they were fighting. They are from the district number 6 bill, which the phone on the representative of that district on the downtown Gikia. And those who are supporting are from that same area, and he's our MDR candidate from that district. So it seems to be like we are assuming that they are from the Koga bill because they are members of the Don Gikia team. So he's also a part of the Koga team.
Okay, guys, you got a question for these guys? Mr. Werso, Siddiqui, Pee-wee, Hamed.
Yeah, so we hearing that there seems to be a shift in momentum. The momentum seems to be going towards the opposition candidate Edith Gonglo. How true is that perception or situation going around? That there seems to be a new momentum in her campaign, new energy.
All right. So the presence of Honorable Yeka Kolobat, the presence of Honorable Yeka Kolobat changed the narrative for Madam Ide Kongowule. Since campaign started, she has not been actively campaigning due to fear. Honorable Yeka Kolobat says he came in the county on Sunday. He been actively engaging with her supporters. They raised up some of the Gio bill that people thought could not be, she could not have some supporters. They were in Yekepa, they were in Tapeta today, and they also visited Campley. These are areas that have been hostile to Mara Ide Gongowure. These are areas that normally when she used to campaign against the Senator Johnson, people normally don't used to turn up at this particular area. But then we were shocked on yesterday for the turnout we saw in Yekepa. And we were also shocked today to see the kind of turnout we saw in Tapeta. And in fact, that was what provoked the guys from the Coca belt but in the meantime, while Mana Ide Kongowule is making a very huge point and engagement in the Gio belt, or backyard, which are going to be Ben. Ben is also being hugely battled. This is a very huge, densely populated area that normally win landslide, but shocking it. Honorable Samuel Koga have been receiving a lot of endorsement from influential youth from this area, and this is a minor bill that has been hardly controlled by Mara Ide Gongowure, but today Samuel Koga result of very huge turnout there. And in fact, it was where Prophet Key did his endorsement for Honorable Samuel Koga. But the election is a very fun and beautiful one to watch. We just hope and pray that it's peaceful, but Honorable Ide Gongowure is making some strides when it comes to waking up the Kyo bill and our supporter for what we've been seeing since we came.
Okay, so what's about the police presence, considering the as you claim tension going on? What's the police presence? How does it look like? Security and everything.
We have not seen any security guy Mara Inde Gongowure, but for Onokoga, the vice president also with Onokoga. Today we saw the vice president with Onokoga at Plain, where we saw huge security was also there, and wherever Onokoga is, you see a lot of security force are also there, and you see huge number of people based on the money being spent. And you know that when people, they usually go after the money, not the love or not what you can do for them, or rather go after the money. That's what we are seeing so far for now.
Okay, my final question: how is it with the other candidates? Is there anything from? I mean, what are you hearing about other candidates besides Madam Gonglo Koga? What are you hearing?
For now, so observation for now is that we are hearing 3 candidates serving right now, either Congo where on Samukuba and B. Mark Bruin. These are the two candidates we are hearing from now. And if you enter into town or some village, you will hear on Kuga and you will hear on Mark Bruin. If you enter into some town or villages, you hear on Mark Bruin and you hear Manaida Gongo. So this is how it runs in Lima County right now. You are not going to hear one person's name, but rather two.
All right, so to Anna, to mine, when you take into the second period and Tapeta side, is where Chairman Musa Hassan Perete, who having to be a political leader of the CMC, has his own base. They are doing some huge work there. Mark presence there is very impressive. And when you also hit Tapeta, is where Mark is also from. So he's putting a very huge fight there. So for our observation, Mark and whenever either Congo will going to go head to head in Sakepit in Manobel, and they might also go head to head in Tapeta. We are going to be Ethiopia. But the general politics in the country now is, I don't know who crafted that propaganda or idea. But the general politics now is many are saying and many the Malians believe that Honorable Jeremiah, who having to be the vice president, was the one responsible for the death of Senator Prince Johnson. That's why most of the motorcyclists are saying, and motorcyclists play a very huge role when it comes to campaign. So the news is being spread all over. I don't know where it came from, but it's been widely spread all over that because Jeremiah Kuhn is campaigning for Honorable Kokan, they're going to get the harder because they were the one responsible for the death of the late senator.
Okay. Just I know we pressed for time and you guys kind of late out there, so I'll just ask you one question. So from your observation, which one of the candidates has the best ground game? Which one of them would you say, has the best ground game?
So for what I've seen so far, without money, upper head and upper power and government support and all that stuff, Manaida Congo is doing a very good job because she don't have money. And when it comes to putting a number, a genuine crowd, she's actually doing a great job with that because you know a candidate who strength with our cash unless Oliver Coca and Oliver Mark that when they get any Chairman Pelete coming, you definitely in Sakepie, that's his base, where he's doing a lot of good job. So the Himo people also come out. And when it comes to Coca, anywhere you buy, they'll say Coca coming with money. Just today, he donated $100,000 to the women. So, but for her, today, I didn't see anything like some donation. What I saw was just few people gathering for her to go and talk to them. And in fact, there's a school, a guy in Tapeta who owns a school. I think he get two different schools that have up to 1,000 students. He told the parents there on Monday that if they vote, they go where she win the election, their children will go to school free for the next 1 year.
Wow.
That's the Dream Academy. He contested the former representative candidate in district number 6, Lima County, is Emmanuel Doko.
You got a question?
Basically, I don't think mine will be a kind of a caution, but I just want to commend the guys for venturing into NIMBA to cover this process. I will hope that there will be a very level playing field. The process about what we're hearing that, it's just quite unfortunate that we will have certain candidates fearing to venture into certain areas. is wrong, and I think it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like those on the Geo land should not campaign in the Geo land. Those on the Mano land campaign in the Mano. That's not the country we have, and that's why our political process will call for a very free, fair, transparent political process that should unfold in the country, and everybody should be allowed to venture politically and perform their own political process. I think this is the best way to go about it. So let me just commend the guys from going in, and we're going to do everything we can to give them some kind of support. I will be so that they can carry on their coverage and the rest of that. I will hope. I'm wishing because there are other political institutions that have been canvassing in the area. The CMC be doing very well in terms of a campaign process, but the fact that the United Party also is supporting Koga. We have Madame Ware, who was of the independent candidate. So, but the fact that the team went to cover and they trying to give their perspective as to what they've been observing across the place. And one of the things I observed today is that in somewhere in Tapeta, sort of video, that there are some photo or some altercation that the TCA also covered that. There was a coverage of that, and I listened to the commentary. It was not a good thing from the beginning. I listened to Yeka himself trying to be a peace ambassador in certain areas, saying to them that it's not time for this, we should have to do this, and we have to do that. But I think we need to do a process that Mr. Koga, that's not his birthright.
Manager, I think I carries one talk to Uncle Onish.
It's not his birthright to be senator of Nema County. It have to be done through a political contestation where in the fee should be level, and then everyone should have the process to canvass. So that's why we just say to the team, we're going to push everything to support them while they're there. Then we're going to follow them closely and to see as to what's going to unfold. I know everyone is moving into Nimba, and I will hope more. And my quickly, I will end here. Some of these endorsements will even harm some candidates, and folks will have to be a little mindful as to how the process is going to go on and the way we engage. But I think the Nibians should prove people wrong, that you don't have to be a Geo man to campaign a Geo area. That is totally unacceptable if it is true as we hear in the street. Have to stop that and allow everybody to canvass, and you select you let the best person. That's the baseline of what. But what I saw today in Tapeta is not a good signal, and we have to start denouncing those that are involved into those kind of a terrible and unacceptable situations unfolding in that country.
Thank you. That's the diplomat himself, the neo-progressive leader, Sylvester Pee-wee. Samson and Maya, I want to say thanks. And like people said, we are making all efforts to continue to support you guys in Nima. I want to say thanks to Nora Hawks, Eugenia, and Mark and Randa. They sent the contributions for you guys today, yesterday and today. And hopefully by tomorrow, you guys will get a contribution from them. Somebody also promised 20 gallons of fuel. At least you guys have the motorbike there. You guys got another call today for somebody for you guys to pick up another motorbike, but you guys already on that side. I don't know how to get it there, but look forward to you guys doing a good job. Take it easy. You guys are pressed. The closing argument, we are not supporting any candidate in that race. We are neutral. So do your coverage. And I want to see some live polling from you guys, asking people what the intention, who they're voting for. You guys do some live polling. And make sure that you always make sure you know that you are not for nobody. You for the people of Liberia, and you are there to do a piece of job. You are not going to take side with anyone. Just report what you see. Give a playback whatever you see. But I think I heard that somebody on the line. Quickly before
I was trying to call you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, they're using my phone. That's why. Yeah. Anyway, so Samson and Maya, you guys got any final word before we let you guys go?
Yeah, so we also got the information that Mose Akaragwe will be in Nema, but it has not been confirmed yet. And other cities will be coming Nema. So we hope to see what's the intent of this trip to Nema, whether they are going to support Mara Gongo Way on this trip, or what's the sole purpose of this all important trip, Nima?
Go get some sleep, guys. Take it easy, okay? Be safe. Get some sleep and rest yourself and get back on the journey tomorrow. You guys are doing a good job. I'm proud of you guys, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, boys. Well, you know, with a few minutes we got, let me say this. The Nima election, I think it will take a different trend, but again, too, you see, endorsement. If you notice in America, there are some elections where certain elections, depending on what's happening in the country, the atmosphere of the country, the president who is in power, sometimes he say, no, I'm not gonna dare go in that particular area because I may be a distraction, or I will turn off the voters on that line. So you gotta be very careful. You know, again, how you endorse? If you endorse from a distance and you stay away, but sometimes you go there too, or if you see, like for instance, the whole government apparatus they are all there, and with the government cars, they are flagrantly violating the code of conduct. They are violating. I saw the Minister of Labor today with a whole campaign regalia on him, which shouldn't be. Can I finish to take note that these guys are violating the code of conduct. Okay, so the ministers are there. Some people who are on taxpayer money. Instead of them doing the work, they are all in Nima there on weekdays campaigning. Is that fair to the country? You know?
Yes, I just thought to bring this quickly before you continue from there.
Yeah.
I sleep on this thing. So we probably may have discussed it about sleep, but from Africa been taking this, and this is a very serious issue. This current administration, all of the folks you are just about to talk about, you're still going to continue. Those are individuals that were very loud, loosely loud on the past administration about this same Nimba, the past by-election in Nimba during the presidency of Mr. Weah. They condemned, criticized the government official at the time, saying that they were blatantly violating the code of conduct.
Yeah.
These same officials are now, they're not only knowingly, but maliciously violating the code of conduct today. And then this managing director of LPLC, Kimber, spoke loosely that this code of conduct issue is violating their constitutional right. But he didn't know this yesterday when he was criticizing past officials, right? That he didn't know this same law violated the Weah administration's constitutional right or the Ellen administration constitutional rights. Today, they are knowingly doing it, and this president is very insensitive to the plight of the people of the country. President Joseph Yuma Boakai will have to take a decision as a leader of Liberia. Other than that, he will plunge the society into some problem. You don't have a bunch of reckless government officials trying to knowingly and blatantly violate the constitution or the code of conduct of our country and using government resources to move from Monrovia to Ganta or Nimba County to canvass. The CMC did file a complaint to the ombudsman. Imagine if the ombudsman could recommend Emma Metier Glasgow to be suspended because she disrespected the office of the ombudsman. Why is the ombudsman doing about this issue that those guys are openly violating the laws of our country while serving as active government officials using government resources to undermine democracy? It is tantamount to undermining the democratic tendencies of our country. Everybody should speak to this, and we should openly condemn them. And we call on Mr. Boakai to suspend them and take some action. If you don't, he should lead as the leader of the country. He cannot be very dogmatic and just sit and do nothing. Absolutely, this is unacceptable, and there's a need for a rally. Because I think we'll be invoking the institution of a terror republic because the people are not serious in the country to run the democracy. It's terrible and totally unacceptable.
Okay, I have on the line former Representative Moses Akaros Gray. They call him the General, the Field Marshal General, one of the CDC stalwart, who want to say something before we continue. Honorable Gray, you are live.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to the rest of your panelists.
I feel gratified to be part of you for just a few minutes tonight. And again, I publicly let me repeat that I, with the CDC position, ASIN is part of the TD candidates. I made my decision, and my decision is to go with Ide Gongro, and I will be in the County. I will join the team very soon, and I will be there to help conclude the campaign and ensure that we secure the votes on Tuesday.
Oh, so Honorable Gray. So when you say you're going there, you're taking a team or some CDC of guys. Were you a partisan? Were you, or you going alone?
Let me say basically to you that we have a lot of partisans in Nimba County that I've spoken to, and also we'll be moving with a team. Like I said, we already sent an advanced team of political operatives in Nimba County to work along with the other team. The election is on Tuesday. So all of the thing we're talking about, the true election is Tuesday when the people are voting. So we want across Nimba County that the people will protect their votes. And we're calling on publicly the national government to provide security to all of the candidates equally, which is very important because we've heard about some violent action against the only female candidate in the race, which is not good, which is unfair to the people of Nimba County to choose their own candidate. But basically, yeah, we're moving. I'm more than a Kairos Grace, not just a Kairos. If I'm going in, we have to move in with the necessary population. Yeah, so we're being with the necessary population. I've communicated with Yeke Korba. He went in before me, and we had some conversations. So we'll be in Nimba County, and we'll be very peaceful, and we'll be very organized, and we expect that we'll take our candidate across Nimba County, and nobody will stop our candidate from visiting any village in Nimba County. I guarantee you that. That's why we call for full security protection, national security protection by the state for the candidate, and they have to ensure that every candidate in Nimba County is protected, and they cannot only protect the pro-government candidate. If they cannot provide security, we'll provide necessary security and move in every village.
My last question before I turn to the other guys. What will be the message, the campaign message that you push and resonate with the people? What will be the message, the winning message you tend to carry on the campaign?
The message here is clear. It's not just about having a female in the race in Nimba County. Ide Gongro proved to be not just experience, but very abreast with the welfare of Nimba County, very concerned, and such a character in the legislature with independent mind, and somebody who can hold our own grounds, somebody who have been proven to be a strong character, especially dealing with it during the election time in 2023. When she supported the CDC, I can tell you, she's the person for Nimba to have and represent Nimba County in the supreme interest of Nimba. And interestingly, I do know the Unity Party and the NDR candidate very well, Samuel Kogat. With his 13 to 14 years in the legislature or more, he has not been able to present a single bill to be passed in his name in the legislature. One of the cardinal responsibilities of a lawmaker is to make law. So he has shown no sense of standing for Nimba County. In fact, he wanted to divide Nimba County when he was pushing a bill that the county would be divided into two on the basis of Mano and Gio. So he's not a reconciler. I think Ide would do a better job. And with the momentum in Nimba County and the dimension that has changed, I think the people of Nimba County would definitely vote Ide Gonglo, right, for this time. I think it's very important. I respect all of the candidates in the race. I want an opposition victory, but this time I think it's the time for Ide. And she's the best person. And electing Koga would be a deficiency. National government doesn't even have money. So to elect Samuel Koga is to go to another by-election. That money could be used for the welfare of students in MZS schools or public school students and hospitals in Nimba County. Then they'll have 2 elections. So I don't think Koga should be supported on the basis of that. Whether he has the qualification, whether he has the tenacity. You know, interestingly, I worked with Koga and Vice President Kuhn for over 12 years. So I know exactly what I'm saying. Koga is not the best choice. And he had not demonstrated his ability to properly represent Nima County. He always compromised. Okay, even with the meter still do he compromise. So I can say that to you, and I say that with all stupery. He has never stood for Nima County in the legislature at any point in time.
Hamed, Mr. Russell, and Pee Wee. Any question for Mr. Gray before we let him go?
Yeah, I'll ask a question, but I just want to say to Mr. Gray, I think his endorsement at this time is very critical and it's very important because I think with him, a polarized figure going to Nima County, he might be one of the most senior CDC stalwart that will be in the county. I think it will help to guide the CDC vote, even though as a policy, he has accepted to support 3 of the candidates, but of course, each person has 1 vote, so the vote must be directed at least to one person to have a significant impact. So I think your presence there tomorrow up to election would be a significant push for the Gonglos for the Blacks campaign, and I think it will help to guard the full soil. So I think it comes critically. But my question to you is this: you've been in this process for a very long time, have a lot of experience. You deal with different elections. Do you think this election in Nima can be elevated to a reflection as a evaluation of the government's performance if a win is to go on the other way for the opposition? Do you think we can equate this election?
Basically, I don't want to say that. What I do know is that no matter where the election results go in Nima County, it shows that Nima will never be the same again. What do I mean by that? Where there will be a dominant one character, okay, that the entire Nima would drift to. No, I think Nima should be on the basis of their sons and daughters in general. So whatever results that I announced in Nima County, free, fairly, and transparently, I believe Nima will never be the same. So my objective is to ensure that Nima remains the Nima that represents a part of Liberia as a county. And to be frank with you, I can say this to you, that working with Edie is like working with Joy Howard Taylor when she was senator of Bon County. You know, I worked with Senator Taylor, but then when she was senator on the code of conduct, she has sleepless nights with me. She was at the legislature up to 9, 10, 12 o'clock in the night. We were working on the code of conduct. And similarly, working with Edie during the campaign period, she's just extraordinary. You like it or you hate it. She's a phenomenon. So that's the kind of characters we need in the legislature. And that would be good for Nima County. It doesn't have to be on whether she's Mano or Shigio. What is important for Nima County is the representation for the entire Nima County, which is very significant. But to answer your question directly, it's too early, in my opinion, to say because of this election, it will make the determination for 2029. No, I can tell you that I don't think 100%. But what I can say to you, like where Prince Johnson was in control of Nima County, Jeremiah Kun cannot be, no Koga cannot be. Both of them don't have the charisma. Look, Prince Johnson, have a separate charisma. And the people of Nima believe that, look, he defended us, he fought for us. He was just extraordinary for the people of Nima County. There's no debate about that. And the treatment that was given to Prince Johnson before he died by his own son, Jeremiah Kun, we got to sharpen that contradiction in Nima County. We got to flag the issue of Samuel Koga disrespected Prince Johnson. Look, let me tell you, I presided over the passage of the legislation that made Prince Johnson Parish a statutory one in the Republic of Liberia. That day I presided over the legislation. Kun did not want it to pass. I mean, he resisted it. He didn't want it to pass. In fact, what his name? Or Samuel Koga. Koga did not want that legislation to make Prince Johnson's school, the parish, a statutory school to even get government support. Okay? Koga was very disrespectful to Senator Johnson when Senator Johnson was elected, especially in the legislature. Extremely disrespectful to him. Okay, but we can't talk about when God Nima will say the stories. We'll get the narrative, which is very important because I presided at the passage of that school, that college, to have legislation. What the guys were more concerned about, they were more concerned about their private schools. They were more concerned about their private hospitals in Nima County. Senator Johnson was concerned about the welfare, the education of Nima people. So you can't compare Kun to Senator Johnson or compare Samuel Kogan to Senator Johnson. It's a mismatch. I think either would be the person to walk in our shoe and lead Nima to redemption and development. I think Edith is the best person to do that. Because all she says during the time of campaign, what she said to us is Nima County, Nima County. Makante Nima. She was fighting for the CDC for Nimba. She wasn't fighting for herself. She wasn't fighting for the job. She wasn't fighting for personal glory. So it indeed is a digital difference in the election.
Okay, let me come in here. So lots of people here. Quickly, there's this. Let me start this way quickly. There's just list of letter coming from the CDC endorsing. I think 3 or 4 of the candidates in the race. The letter, is it a genuine? Is it a legit letter? I just want to know if I can move my question.
No, the question is very clear. The citizen said in the communication.
No. I come in, sir. I just asked, is the letter is that letter legit?
Yeah, definitely the letter is 100% legitimate. There's no question about the release.
Okay. Now then it will allow me to ask a question. Do you think, as the major political party, opposition political party, to endorse 3 or more than 3 candidates is the best way to go as the CDC? To endorse all 4, I don't know how many of them, 3 or 4 of them, is the best way to do it?
If you read the communication, you will understand what the citizen said. Let me just give you a gist of the communication. Press release, April 11, 2025. The Mali Congress of Democratic Change. They also inform all distinguished partisans, auxiliaries, and sympathizers of our noble party, Nima branch, that by the directive of the National Executive Committee by the director of the National Executive Committee in collaboration with the County Executive Committee. Listen to this. You are hereby mandated to align and publicly support either of the following candidates in the Nima County by-election. Madam Ida Gongolo, Councilor Garrison, Dode Yellow Jr., and Honorable Mike B. Leon, which means that you can make a decision on either of the 3. So the party has asked its partisans to make decision on either of the 3, which I think is a good strategy. That's why I have made my decision, and I'm calling on seditionists in Nima County under my revolutionary voice who are listening tonight to join me to believe that this is your Akaros Grade. This is the woman who stand for the citizen, who fought for the citizen, who stay fighting for the citizen, who believe in what is best for Liberia and for the CDC. Join me and support Ida Gongolo. That's the message I'm going to take to Nima County. So yes, the party has given a go ahead for us to make our independent or individual decision. So I don't see it as a crime.
You don't. I didn't suggest it's a crime, but you don't think that would be a scattered agenda, meaning it wouldn't have the party come with a cohesive voice, giving the other side the right to mobilize. I mean, I'm not looking at it as a crime, but looking at it to not be a strategic decision, meaning it will be a scattered agenda. That way, you should look from the perspective. I'm not talking about crime. There's no crime committed there. But we're talking about building a kind of a
political strategy.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the perspective of doing anything. No, I'm looking at it from.
The best it's a very decent and best strategy. This is not the first time for the city to employ and deploy.
Okay.
Strategy of people of having 1 or 2 candidates in the race. And I will say this to you very clear. Let me say this to you very clear. The Unity Party fear it, and the fear or Garrison Yellow, because Garrison Yellow comes from the Gil Belt, And Koga has spoken to me personally even before this campaign that his fear for Garrison Yelu is that Yelu could cut in his votes. So what the Unity Party did, you saw how long it took for them to endorse Koga, who happened, I think, day before yesterday, right? You saw what they did. Okay, they took a very long time because they put Timber in the race. That is from the man up there with the hope that he will cut into either vote, and that's not working for them. So the Unity Party had to run in to endorse Koga urgently. I will say this to you, and I will say this clearly to you, that the objective of the CDC is that Nema will not be the same no more. Nema will be a Nema where the people of Nema will benefit from the resources of the country. So every party has a strategy. At the end of the day, I can assure you, I can guarantee you the strategy will work. No matter where the chips fall, the strategy for Nema County will work. And it's not just for this by-election, it's beyond the by-election also.
Russell?
So imagine either winning Nema County, for example. Imagine that. And going to the legislature for his support. Okay? We need those kind of characters in the legislature. And I can assure you that the strategy we have, some of the strategies are overt and some are covert. When you see Akaro's great endorsing it speaks volume. Don't you know that?
Moses Akaro's great.
But when you see Akaro's, no, forget about just Moses Timberlake, but Pee-wee. If you see Akaro's publicly endorsing either God, doesn't it speak volume to you as a political tactician? Doesn't it speak a lot to you?
No, politically,
I will fight and I will be on the ground and God bless me, my health, everything.
Politically, to be honest with you, quickly, to be honest, I'm not saying the endorsement is a good thing, but if and again, and that's why I was a little bit mindful to ask this question in terms of the strategy.
Don't you think that could be part of the strategy? I told you we are a political party of strategists. Okay.
Listen. I'm not disputing the strategy. I was just asking if it was the right strategy. For me, I think that was a scattered agenda, and I maintain that strategy in terms of how you came about it, and it's my personal opinion. This is clearly it's not a good strategy you deploy. Now you as an individual now just endorse Edith Gonglowe. Then next CDC will come out and endorse Mark Blumen. Another person will come and endorse. It's not going to be a coalition of the willing to rally their support. The intent is to mobilize the appropriate support to counter a force. Remember, there's a tribal politics in Nema. You have to remember this clearly. One of the major aspiring there is a Geo man. We do have two Geo presidents in the race, but then the major opposition political party, the CDC, is endorsed. For instance, the other ANC came out of clear. The CMC is Karen Mark is their candidate. The ANC came and endorsed Elif. The CDC has spoken, taking the lead as the lead political opposition institution in the country, and put all these political and say, hey, we can rally our support behind one person. And CDC got a very good vote in Nimba the past elections. It was on the basis of that. I was thinking.
Let me say this much to you.
But again, you individually doing it, another person will individually do it. You scatter the agenda there, and I'm afraid this is a one vote thing. So that's my fear anyway. So, but anyway, there is a good thing you endorse, and the rest of that.
Dude, I respect your opinion. Okay, and that's what makes it democratic. I respect your opinion, but people, what you fail to realize, CDC is deliberate in its decision.
Okay.
That's what deliberate. We're deliberate, and we've had no regret for the position we've taken. And I can assure you, people, one thing you should be celebrating tonight is that for the fact that this resounding voice of the CDC has publicly stated that it is my choice and calling.
No, I'm not supporting either, so I only celebrate. There's no need to celebrate.
So I think a Carrot's great endorsement of Ide will unravel the mystery behind CDC strategy. I think eventually the ambiguity will become clearer as Mr. Gray descends into Nema, of course, as he said. He might be going along with others. You just don't know who the others will be.
And you know what? Quickly,
endorsement come at a critical juncture where he now provide a pathway. I think, you know, you give a general strategy, and then you as you get narrow to the target, you give specific directions. So the overall strategy is there, which says anything but the ruling party.
That's a razor.
I come in the general strategy is that anything but the ruling party. And as you proceed towards the end, then you become directed and clearly in terms of the direction you take to ensure it's not a ruling party. So I think there's a great presence in Nema along with other.
Let me just tell Pee-wee something that you don't know, Pee-wee. When we're fighting in Lofa County that we brought the independent candidate, we dropped in some political commandos in Lofa County. Okay, and they were operating at different levels. Have you dealt with the United States government operating different levels? The commandos drop into some territories, or the CIA operating with other people and they know who they want, for example. But anyway, Pee-wee, I don't want to talk much. What I can assure you is that I will be in Nema County along with Yeke Korba and the rest of the people who will provide the necessary operatives. In Nema County, we will be there. Our candidate will visit every village and everywhere. Nobody will stop our candidate. We only calling and demanding for national police protection or security protection by the national government. Where they cannot provide the protection, we'll provide the protection. We have people that we can take into providing protection peacefully in an organized manner. But all we're asking for is national security protection. And we believe that the people of Nema are very calm, very tolerant. The election will be very peaceful. And those who Koga and Jeremiah who want to use to cause chaos, I advise them not to do that because Nema County is a peaceful county. And the people of Nema deserve peace. The people of Nema deserve a peaceful and organized election. Whosoever win the election in Nema, we have to accept that once the people of Nema speak publicly. But tonight, care about my pronouncement. Let me tell you, I received a lot of calls from Nema County. I'm not even going to bed. Okay, I received a lot of calls across the country. That is psychologically intimidating. And Jeremiah and I work together, Vice President Kuhn. He knows me exactly. We worked together for a very long time. In fact, he was my subordinate in the legislature along with Samuel Koga, who is contesting when I was chairman on the executive. So they know exactly what we say, and we do what we do. So they understand the magnitude of our presence and our interaction and this public support for Edith. I think Edith is one of the best. When you compare Koga to Edith, Edith is more of an intellectual than Koga. Edith has the prowess. She understands the issue. She's very diverse in her understanding, and Edith will write more better bills. She'll write, in fact, better bills for Nema County than Koga. Imagine, man, 12 years in the legislature, over 12 years, you have not passed a single bill sponsored by you in your name. I'm talking about co-sponsor. Then what are you doing in the legislature? Let's be real, then you won't be senator. That the kind of thing we have in the country here is a disgrace to Nema County. Samuel Koga has never sponsored a law. I said chief sponsor. I'm not talking about co-sponsor, where I cross the house of bill and you co-sponsor it. He had never done it. The man wouldn't have been there taking pay. That the man in my country should bring that up. Okay, you know what you're talking about? Samuel Koga, when you don't want to
Okay, Representative Gray, former Representative Gray. Mr. Gray.
If Samuel Koga win Nema County, he and Jeremiah Kuhn would never pull. They would make force Nema will be divided.
Okay, I just have one question for you. This is Winfred Russell. My question is that now that you've made the endorsement of Mrs. Ware, can you come up off on the limb and give a wild prediction? So I'm sure you expect her to win. You think she's going to win. How much percentage point do you think she's going to win by? And can you give a spread? Who do you think is going to? Can you give us a prediction? Who do you think is going to come first, second, third, or what percentage point do you think?
No, you know, I'm not going to deceive anyone. This election, we are fighting. I can assure you that with the momentum and a new direction, with the momentum in Nema County and a new direction that I've been taking, even if it's not in the lead, and we expect that she will win. I will not say the percentage now until I enter into Nema County, but what I know is that if we should go by what is unfolding in Nema County, Eden has taken the lead in Nema County. I can tell you that for sure. Initially, when Nkoga started, well, unfortunately, with the intimidation, with the harassment, with taking money and putting it in front, the people feel insulted because they have not done this for Nema County before. Kun has not done a great job in Nema County after he became vice president. There are a lot of Nimbayans who expected him to have brought the county people together, to reconcile them and hold them together. They were even taking job from Garrison Hill under the administration, and Vice President Kun was supporting it. Just to call Garrison Hill to tell him, say, I want you to lead a race, I will give you some money, we'll buy you all. That's an insult. Then you can't take McKinley and put in a race to Tina and cut the man on vote. Timber is just another useless character in the race. To be frank with you, I'm sorry. But he's a useless character. What is he doing in the race? Okay? That money that he tell that money Jeremiah Kun gave to him to eat that money and leave the race. Why you want proof? Okay? When you really want proof, you can't. You honor the Vice President Kun. You should know better to allow him to use you and you going nowhere. Okay? Why you taking that money? Get that to Nima County. People that can go to school, but either is going to win. I can tell you that, and I must appreciate the Yeke quarterback who moved in slower than I do, because we had a conversation about that and we strategized so him winning twice, and then I will be following. So yeah, the momentum will be great.
Honorable Greg. Let me ask you this. This is Henry Peabody. What happened if Koga wins the election? Would that be something that you guys will have to go back and strategize for 2029? That means that you guys are in serious trouble?
No, man. Look, Peabody, it's good that you asked the question. Peabody, assuming, which I don't believe that Koga is going to win as of now, but assuming, let me play the devil advocate. You think Koga will win the Prince Johnson? You think Koga has that control, will have that control of Prince Johnson? Let me tell you what will happen. I've judged a lot of cases between Koga and that of Vice President Kun. Speak to Kun, maybe you get a number. Koga has always been envious of Kun. He doesn't love Kun. Okay? If Koga win that election at trouble for Kun, Koga will be thinking about becoming vice president or president. Believe me today, it's not even good for Kun political ambition in the country. In the county, I mean. It's not good at all, because Koga is more killed than Kun. Probably you don't know today, Kun biological father is Madingo. You don't know that. Kun is not Kyo. So Koga told me that Kun biological father is you. I mean or Madingo. Koga told me that when Koga used to oppose Kun a lot. He used to say that Peking is misbehaving in the country. I will fight him. They even support Kun for the senatorial race. Do you know that? Koga went against Kun for the senatorial race that Kun narrowly won Edith in. So Koga winning election is a big disadvantage for Vice President Jeremiah Kun. In fact, because Koga believed that Jeremiah Kun is not due. And I don't know why Vice President Kun cannot, identify with his own parental background, because he moved Madingo, and Madingos are citizens of Nema County. They are a very decent group of people in Nema County, but Koga bears that in mind, that Kun is not a Giu. That's why he's been fighting Kun. So it's a big disadvantage, and they're not going to, if Koga should win, like you said, playing the devil advocate, which I don't believe he will do, but he will be a serious problem for Jeremiah Kun. Call Kun and ask Kun. Call Vice President Kun and ask him.
But what I'm saying is, playing the devil advocate. If Koga wins, how would that be? How would that impact CDC? You guys. That's what I'm saying. I don't
want to divulge certainty. I will tell you one good thing. I will tell you, playing the devil advocate, a victory for Koga could be very narrow. Not only that, but it doesn't show the kind of a command and authority that Senator Johnson had in Nema County. It's the cost to the people of Nema County to even compare Koga to Senator Johnson that he insulted a lot. It's an insult. Do you know the role that Senator Johnson played in Nima County from the Wartown all the way? Koga doesn't fit in that shoe at all. Okay, so it has no impact. If victory has no impact on the CDC, okay? No, it has no impact on the CDC, but he's not going to win. Koga is struggling. Let me tell you Koga's main problem now. Koga is worried about Garrison Yellow because Garrison Yellow client, if you don't know today, they have never produced a senator. That Gio client never produced a senator in the history of Nima. So they believe that Garrison Yellow should be in the race or son. Even if Garrison Yellow were not going to run, they were going to have a Gio man for that client in the race because they want to also produce a senator. So that's the problem for Koga. That's the Achilles for Koga. A lot of people not looking at it. So what United Party did along with NDR as a cantor, they introduced McMillan Timber, who is just a non-entity in the race. Because he's not going to take any vote for it. If he's just a non-entity that will just take money and go and sit down, I understand he's very broke. It's a former representative that went with, so he just need to take that money and go and sit down because it's not going to cause any problem for Ide Congolo. It is the next senator in waiting as far as I'm concerned. Okay, we expect to be in Nima County and bring Ide to Monrovia on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning as a senator, and she should be taking her seat in the Nima seat, Senator Johnson seat in the Liberian Senate. I know a lot of United Party people on your life or other things are insulting our cows because they fear me most. So I'm not moved by that. Okay, we'll be in Nima County. We appeal to the people of Nima County. Okay, we'll make appeal to them, but Koga is not the best person. Koga is very corrupt. I can tell you that. Right together in corrupt.
Okay, I want to say thank you to Senator Representative Gray. Thank you for
Thank you. Yeah, in conclusion, let me say thank you to you guys, Pete Ballard, or Pee Wee, you, the other fellow. I want to say thank you to every one of you. I wish we could have the time and opportunity while in Nima County to frequently speak to you people and everyone and different radio stations. But I can guarantee you that we will be in Nima County by His grace and mercy. And also we expect that Ide will win. The momentum is big. In fact, let me tell you this. I know we will be taking over 100 motorcyclists into Nima County who have endorsed Ide. Many of them register in Nima County. So we'll be taking some of the people who register in Nima County who are in Monrovia with their voter registration card back. So it will be a big day. I know Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be very big in Nima County. I think Ide should be closing on Saturday, but we'll be there. We'll be in Nima County. Just imagine, we're taking the whole convoy into Nima County, and most of the people we're taking are people register in Nima County and people who are voters for Nima County who reside in Montserrat County. But because that's the county that when they register and voted, we want all that number to go back and took that number back into Nima County. How the ruling party will be doing the same. So we are encourage our boys, if the ruling party have bosses, get into the bosses, go and vote against them. Clear cut.
That's the voice of Moses Akaros Gray, former representative of Montserrat County. I want to say, guys, the election is getting, that's the election. And, you know, Akaros is one of the most, take it or leave it. Akaros knows how to play, how to do the politics. And then, honestly, you give it to him, you know. But let's see what they will play out in Nima. But, guys, we're almost out of time. Let us give our parting. But let me, before I turn it over to you guys, let me say this quickly. We're still looking for help for our guys in Nima. It's the cash sign TCA 22-2500. Please, want to again thank Mark and Rana. Want to thank Eugenia. Want to thank Nora Hawks. They came up today to help the guys on the ground. The guys are already there. They are on motorbikes. They are up and down, crisscrossing the whole county. It's not an easy thing. They got to eat. They got to lodge. And they got to get on their feet and move on. But we're wishing that people will support us still. But I want to say it too again before I give it. We'll be having these candidates, I think, will be in the next, before the campaign closes. We'll be having them, making a closing argument, giving them 5-10 minutes each to come, make them to come and talk to the voters through our platform, closing argument for them. Each candidate will have the opportunity to talk to the voters. So this program is live, always live in Nima. So we'll make that case of the Nima people. And before also too, the ANC guys, I think they got great help today from Siddiqui, Pee-wee, and Mr. Russell. The guys getting great help today. What I hope they take cue from what you guys said. That Siddiqui said something important. ANC going forward to adopt a media. You need a media support. Get a media that you have propagating a message that resonate with people. And Russell talk about what is that the attention the comment is not getting other attention that other people are getting. What did you find out to try to discover what the cause? Why is he not getting the attention that the others are getting? Elaine got it, we all got it, Boyka got it. Why man come is not getting that attention? He's a very hard campaigner. He works very hard. And then people said that you should change the strategy and in where they do things in the campaigning. So hopefully the guys will take note. And if I were them too, I will make more and more of the appearances. They saw today that the members came out large. They came up over, listening to them today and expressing what they felt that causing some of the problem. So hopefully they can learn from that and maybe make more appearances, bring other people who can come and make their case. But before that, guys,
Sylvester, thank you. Sylvester, thank you for your gift. Sylvester has sent us a huge contribution here. Thank you, Sylvester, for the gift of $150 for the guys on the ground. So
thank you so much. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Thank you. But guys, let's make our pattern and you can summarize the whole night what we heard today.
Yeah. On a serious note, I think, and I listened to the folks, the guys on the ground, and I like Akara Gray. Sometimes he take the battle the way he believes he want to take it, but and trust me, what he said, it may be a good strategy for them, but I don't think it was the best way to go about it. That's my personal thought about this issue. But I want to believe that what we pray for and hope for also is that the NIMBA election be free of trouble. And as it started already, I think by the grace of God, things are on course. But we want to also call one thing I sense from the Koga perspective and the ruling establishment, and that's why they're all desperate. They believe that if they were to get off this process by defeat, that would be a kind of a major blow to them. They don't want to start a debate that 2029 bid is somehow seriously challenged. So they want to do everything to move in, use government resources to campaign on behalf of the opposition. I mean, on behalf of Koga against the opposition. So that's why you see they are all trooping in the way they're doing it, violating the laws of the country, knowing they're doing that. They got the tenacity to do it because they're being aided and abetted. They're being enabled by their own leader that is encouraging them to do these things that they're currently doing, because they openly condemned these things yesterday. If you condemn something yesterday, I don't think it's fair enough to do this. But again, we're going to watch this process, as Mr. Taylor would say, with an eye of an eagle and the ear of an elephant, and ensure that the process is transparent, free, and the government should create the level playing field to the process. So we just hope that all sides will play by the rules. And again, politically, it's difficult to play by the rules at all times, but we have to ensure that the best thing that should happen to the process is that allow the people to exercise their rights and all those things. So the young folks are moving into it, and I want to believe they're going to be. I'm sure between now and this weekend, most of the campaign will be talking about launching big and closing up, and so we hope to see what's going to happen. But it's going to be a very tight race between three candidates, I want to believe, if you will. And we look forward to seeing the end result of it. I hope that it be free, fair, and transparent as we anticipate. That's it. And we hope to see the CDC show now they did a collective endorsement to three candidates, but most of the hierarchy of the party will start endorsing individual. I don't know if that will bring some problem from the other inside support and all of that. I just hope the process will have to pass through and pass very well. That's my hope. But I hope that, and the intent is that the guys that are covering it also will give. And I like what he said to them tomorrow, that the guys that are doing the coverage, they have to strike the balance. They are not going there to endorse any of the candidates. They're going to exercise their journalistic responsibility. So all of their reportage would be on the basis of they're observing as journalists. As journalists, you have to be very observant, and you report the facts and be investigative. Also, you have to be observant, investigative, and that will be inclusive into your reportage, and something we anticipate from them. So basically for now, for tonight, that's what I will hope and hope to see unfold as we slowly follow the process as it comes to close next week, Tuesday.
Right. So for me, I think this was a great show, great conversation. I like the ANC reps that came on, very humble. At least James was very, I mean, at first he was trying to push back and being sort of defensive, but I think he learned very quickly that he needed to be much embracing and understanding and accepting of the comments that people were making and the feedback that they were giving him. And I hopefully they learned from it. They learned from it. The whole idea of trying to blame others for what they should have done, and some of the things that they should have countered. They had no answer for the likes of Henry Costa, the Spoon TV, Stanton. I mean, a lot of other folks. I mean, Martin Cully. I mean, they had no answer for those guys, and so to come and blame journalists for Mr. Cummings's woes. I mean, I think that was that was unfortunate, but hopefully they learn from it. And Tomlin was good too. That and I don't know what they're going to do to try to correct this, or because I mean, like my uncle once told me, it's like, look, when folks have their mind made up, no amount of facts can change it. Because this whole thing, I mean, people have their mind made up apparently about Mr. Cummings. I mean, no amount of facts that we gave them seem to change that. I mean, they just believe what they want to believe, and then that's what they're going with. Because this whole vice president thing, I mean, we've talked about it, and many folks have debunked that. I mean, you came out again today and laying it out to them what happened. I mean, but whether people are going to buy it or they're going to listen to it, that's something else, But this is where the ANC folks have to come in. They need to come up with a pretty strong behavioral communication strategy or something to try to change the minds of the people about how they think and what they think about Mr. Cummings, because apparently it's not working. No matter how they push back, or some folks, neutral folks like yourself and many others, push back and try to correct a lot of the misinformation that's out there about him. People continue to regurgitate some of the same old falsehoods about Mr. Cummings. So they clearly have the work cut out for them, but embracing and coming up with a very robust public engagement and public media campaign may help. The need a media infrastructure set up, both on social media and terrestrial media too as well. I mean, they need all of that to try to change people's minds, perception. Tell went after him. We know all of that, but they need to do the best they can to try to turn things around. And the momentum is going on in Nimba. We're glad to see that the team is there on the ground and reporting live about what's going on. We wait to see what the outcome is going to be. So I'll stop here and have a good night. And thanks again, guys, for a really, really, really great show.
Russell, before the last person speak, after the number election, I would love for to do that show on There's the Police. On what I saw this on a lot of good stuff about the body camera stuff and these traffic people going the wrong lane and issuing tickets to them. I pray that we better do it, please, after the Nema election.
Okay, sure, that sounds good.
Yeah, I think it was a really great show tonight. I think, as I indicated to the folks from the ANC, that the best way to control the media narrative is to own one. You cannot hope that the media will do for you what you should do for yourself. However, if you intend that to happen, then you should own yours, So I hope they give that into consideration. Secondly, I think that perception that people are against Mr. Cummings because, quote unquote, he's one of the most educated or he's a higher achiever, I think that's a very wrong narrative to come to the process. Political processes are political competition where there is a competitive process in terms of how you sell your candidate. And so because yours was not selected, could not necessarily mean it's because of any hit or pushback. Just maybe you just didn't do an overall effective job. McDonald is all over the United States, but they still advertise every day. They don't sit back and say, well, we McDonald in every corner, so people will come. They still advertise every day. So it is where Cummings could be, quote unquote, with everything his supporters claim he has. Yet you still need to find a way to package it, to convey it, to sell it to the people. And I think over time, if you do that effectively with respect, humility, and understanding the ground game, I'm sure it will resonate. I mean, nobody could be more elite than Madame Salif. I mean, but yet she was able to resonate somehow with the ordinary voters. So I think they should do that, and I agree with you. Do most of these shows, convey the message, do this and build confidence, and continue to spread our wings, and we'll see what happens. With regard to the Nema County election, first and foremost, we hope that it is peaceful. We call on the people of Nema to go to this election in a peaceful way, ensuring that the process is free and fair for everybody. In the county, Nema is a progressive county, and we hope that the election does not take away from them, but rather add up. But I said ultimately from the very beginning, I agree that the opposition in general would have done better had they perhaps come together and focus on pushing a candidate as a means of upholding their quote-unquote general strategy that says it can be any opposition but not a ruling party. I mean, I don't think you support that statement with your action when you have divided support going into that direction. That's been my ultimate perception in the process going there. But what is also clear, however, and I do agree with Akara's grade, that regardless of the outcome of those elections, in Nema will not be the same anymore in terms of a single godfather who, once he enters the race, automatically you know where the election result will go. I would think that right now it comes down. It might come down to the number. It might come down to some clown. It might come down to some household, to some other thing outside of just an individual influence that will gravitate all the vote towards that side. And of course, I would think on the other hand, the presence of the vice president election then elevated to that point of where then his own influence could come into question if the election were to go on the contrary, because this would be his first election serving as quote unquote the purported or the perceived new godfather of Nema County. So his failure perhaps to achieve that, something that Prince Johnson was able to do successfully for more than 3, 4, 5 elections, not just for himself, but for any other person who contested the election, could perhaps bring Jeremiah's own future ambition into serious questioning, because if he could not rally his backyard to be able to jump frog to the national politics it will be something that he will have to evaluate and perhaps do it again. But all in all, I think it's a great show. We hope that again the election is peaceful. We hope that the police, national police, will provide coverage for everybody, and and of course the elections commission, considering that the election is now building this kind of attention and people from different political parties coming there. We hope the election commission will get all its ground game immediately, ensuring that logistics and everything in place, because of course a small lapse could cause some form of tension in there. So we hope that it's peaceful, and we wish the people of Nima County well. Thank you.
Well, guys, you guys have said it all. I wish they made the best candidate win in Nima. Or may the choice of the Namibians win that election. We prayed for a peaceful election. Pray that nobody have to die because of a bloodshed because of this election. We pray that the people of Nima will exhibit that transparency, that maturity, so that it will continue to uplift democracy in Liberia. But wish all the candidates the best. And again, as I said earlier, this will be a litmus test for a lot of people for the Unity Party government, to see how much the Liberians the people of Nimba unhappy with them, or show that the people of Nimba still wholeheartedly support President Joe Parker. Also Vice President Coon. President Coon. This will be a good test for him for 2029. That his people are behind him. People of Nimba are behind him. He does a candidate, and the candidate won. So Edith Gonglo, she's worked hard in that place. She was one superintendent. She worked hard. The Gonglo family, it's a very big name in Nimba. So we wish her all the best, and all the other candidates. They may not be on the top, but all the other candidates, that are contesting the race. I want to wish all of them the best. That's all I can say. May the choice of the Nima people win. That's all I can say. But guys, as always, been a great show. Thank all of you guys who continue to come and contribute. It's not easy, but you're doing well. And thank you guys who always gave to support the guys on the ground. We are not a Funnet platform. Like people gather that we are supported by CDC, we are supported by this, all of that. Though we do everything here on our own. So we try to keep the news coming. So guys, great job. Thank you, man. Have a good night, everybody.